especially if there's a wreck, you'll hear somebody call out. There's some truck drivers that come through and holler at me when they come through on 5 too. Pretty common. But there's a great group of guys, like I said, on 146.550 that pretty good well go from border to border in South Arkansas talking on it.
I need to check that out, K5FM back. I need to check that out sometime or another. See if I can hear any of them. I think there's a group that uses 5.8 also.
One of them doesn't live very far south of you. I remember right there in Pine Bluff, because he actually grew up here in Forest City. You don't have to put that in, just hit scan. They talk a lot in the morning times up until about 10 o'clock.
Well, I'll check that out. I found my dadgum cable that I've been saying I was going to find, and that I was pretty sure I had one. I found it. Well, I didn't find it. Mandy found it the other day for me. So I can hook my B-71 back up now. I've been saying I was going to do for 6-7 months now. If you don't know, I procrastinate a lot, and I got to do better.
We all have a good evening. I'm going to go in the house. Did the city council meeting, and as we walked out, they had them shooting up here. And I went and got me something to eat. And, me and the wife rode around for a while. I didn't mean to interrupt y'all's conversation, but if y'all hear that guy back in there, ask him can he tune duplexers for UHF. 85 RJA.
Oh, I'm here off the side. I just sat down and turned on the radio. What was the question? K5DVT?
Well, it's a little battle that I have. I put up a UHF repeater. Chris programmed it all up for me.
Memory serves, you can get one for like $120, and it'll be a pretty good step in the right direction. It may not be the same as a bandpass cavity, but I mean it will it'll do a lot. What is the receiver that you got going on the repeater? What kind of front end especially does it have?
RGA. What are you asking me? Are you asking me what kind of radio it is?
Yes, I'm sorry. I've been sweating like a pig and I'm starving. I'm kind of all over the place. Yeah, what kind of repeater is it?
Motorola 1250s. The controller is actually a computer modem. And I'd have to go back and look at some pictures, but everybody wants my duplexer. It's a pretty good sized one, but I cannot remember the name of it. And I think that's all you're asking me.
Yeah, that's all I'm asking you. Yeah, have a look around for something called a UHF pre-selector. I was helping Mason back in the good old days of the GMRS Lincoln stuff. He has a site down in Hot Springs that's co-located with a 200 kilowatt FM broadcast station. He put a repeater down there and it couldn't hear. Well, it just so happened I was tearing apart an old UHF TV transmitter and I got the pre-selector out of it. Covered in rat urine and feces and stuff, but I cleaned it up real good and tuned it and got that down there to him, and it's like that transmitter's not even there. But I would really have a look around instead of one of those bandpass cavities. Look for something called a pre-selector, like on eBay, and that would be a big help. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents on it.
We're trying, and I appreciate you taking the time to explain it to me, and I'm going to go in and look it up right now. I had the radio on. I'll be Tim, Stephen, I'm going to be, and Roger, I'm going to be eavesdropping on y'all. KD5 or JA?
Good luck with that. I'm going to get back to stuff in my face. 7-3, y'all. K5DPK.
You still in there? Roger, if you was talking to me, I'm on the phone. Just a second. I'll be back. K5SWT. Okay. Hey, Roger, W4JLR. Hey, go ahead, W5DI. Surprised you can get you about a 10-element Yagi and stick on a pole outside on an old antenna for like an old television my grandma had, and stick that thing up above your roof line. Yeah, simplex might surprise you.
Yeah, I've already got that. I got a 17. I got a 10-foot antenna on top of a 20-foot pole. Simplex is non-existent here. Now, if somebody lived, 2 or 3 miles down the road, it might work. But Simplex won't go around the world, and I live a half a world away from anybody that's got a radio.
About them people going up down the interstate over there, you hear any of them when they go by?
I can't even pick him up on CB.
Roger, you gonna like this. My buddy down in Alabama used to call it children's band.
Yeah, we used to call it that too. But anyway, I'll stick with my repeaters because that way I can get a 200-mile range off a 5-watt walkie-talkie. With Simplex, you can throw 1,000 watts out there, and they might be able to hear you. You ain't gonna hear them.
It's all in how up you can get your antenna on that for sure. But that's the whole reason. Repeaters are on top of mountains. Roger.
If I could afford to have me one of them 200-foot cell phone towers put up here and put me an antenna up on top of it, I might be able to work some Simplex then. But as it is, it don't happen. But anyway, I got them, them 2 little bitty flat radios I bought up there for $20.
Yeah, for sure do.
Got around here monkeying around, and I had to upgrade to the new version, the church latest version. But I can program them radios or whatever I want in them. Of course, they're strictly UHF, but I done put the 3.5 and the 4.8 up there working them. Of course, 3.5, I can hear y'all on it, but it's a one-way link right now. When I key up on it, it does not go back to the system. It's just strictly on that antenna. But now, when y'all talk on this one, I can hear you on that one. So it's receive-only link. So when I get to work, I'll try them out on the 4.8 if it's up and running.
Another station in there I want to go trying to get in. Go ahead, another station. Oh, I reckon not then.
Done drank too much, you starting to hear things.
W5DI Little Rock repeater.
Good evening.
Like a bunch of static up under you.
I had a girlfriend call me that one time.
You see that over the radio like that now. They might not get that guy Kern chucking, but they might get you for that.
You said when I get up sound like a lot of static. I said, that's what my girlfriend told me one time. She said, you ain't nothing but a bunch of static when you start talking. I think that meant she wasn't going to hear me.
Yeah, if I'm delayed responding, it's because I'm trying to eat a pizza too.
Eat some of that pizza, that poor cat about to starve to death.
We ought to see this poor cat. That thing's about, it's a big cat, I'll just say that.
Doors of the neighbor's house, begging for food.
He's been getting square nose to nose with this
snug-nosed boxer over here next door, or bulldog, whatever it is. Of course, the dog just staring at him, ain't real mean to him or nothing. He just acts like he ain't never seen a cat before, and that cat just hissing. And I told the dog one day that cat's gonna lay a big scratch right in the middle of your nose.
Like Lulu, she was born and raised with cats, so she thinks all cats are her friends. I took her into David's Discount, and they had a great old big house cat that just wandered around the store every day, all day long. Well, Lulu's in the buggy. We'll be going along there shopping, looking for some screws and some mounts, pipe mounts and stuff. She seen that cat go in front of the buggy, so she bailed out of the buggy. I had her up there where the kids sit. She bailed out, hit the floor, and took off over there to see that cat, and that cat didn't want to be seen.
Imagine how that went.
Still got marks on her ear from where that cat scratched. She was bleeding all over the place. That cat balled up on her head. And that old boy behind the counter felt so bad. Whatever I had up there on the counter, he told me, he said, just take it. Just take it with you. Your dog done got tore up and bleeding all over the place. Just take it with you.
That's just me and you from, like old Jerry Clower would say, old country folks would understand that stuff happens every now and then, but we're living in a day and time, somebody'd sue you over that kind of nonsense, because two animals just doing what's territorial to them,
Well, see, I understood that kind of stuff. I told Lulu, I said, well, you just got your first hard lesson, that every cat is not your friend.
Hope she turns out pretty good then. How long ago was that?
About 2, maybe 3 years ago now.
Mercy, time flies. All right, then. Well, I got to jump over here and get me a cold drink at the store. Just about 1,200 feet away, but I'm going to have to drive over there still. Well, it might be further than that. It might be a quarter of a mile, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, I forgot to get anything today, so now I'm looking for something to drink. Wash all that down with. So I'll be back after a while. W4JLR.
As you's already out and about, George, just come on over to Waffle House.
On-call week, so I can't do none of that. Well, not this late at least. It's 10 o'clock. All right, W4JLR.
Okay, W5FA. Anybody else in there, go ahead and pick it up.
Can't pick it up. I'm too busy eavesdropping. Can't driving you.
You pick it up, you probably just drop it.
Yeah, I'm the keen sandbagger, right?
You say so, I can't argue with it.
Are you sitting at Waffle House now?
I'm sitting there at the house. I just opened the door and Lulu went out through there like a rocket. I guess she thought there was a raccoon somewhere. She always thinks there's something there even when there ain't.
I heard that.
Thing charged up and ready. Got my vest, notepad and everything in the truck. All my new lights put in and installed, and I'm just waiting on these storms to show up. Where they at?
What lights you talking about?
some new LED lights for the back window and the dash to go in the truck. Not to mention the light bar that's on top of the truck.
You got blue lights on top of the truck now?
Only law enforcement can run blue. I have amber and white all over the dang truck.
Yeah, no, that's... Arkansas don't realize that other states, other people run blue lights too.
Lights is designated for law enforcement only. Anyone else caught with them is going straight to jail. Do not pass go or collect $200. Just go straight to jail.
I know up in Missouri and New York State, they fire department run blue lights up there.
I have a buddy down here that he was from, where's Chicago? Is that Indiana or wherever? Well, he was from Chicago, and up there, the police run red, volunteer firefighters run blue. And he left down here, he's on the fire department, he had a big old red light bar on top of his van, bolted down permanently. He went back home to visit his mama, he got pulled over. They told him, he said, well, down here where I live, we run, the fire department runs red, and the law runs blue, just the opposite of what it is up here. He said, well, you either take them down or you can buy a cover that the light cannot shine through that says out of service. They make them for the light bars, and you cover it up while you're in Indiana. I guess it's Indiana, wherever Chicago is. He said, and once you get back down home, you can take that cover off, but as long as you're up here, you have to have them covered up completely where the light cannot shine through them.
Yeah, I heard all that for real.
You try to go ahead and make a case against him, or tell him if he'd get that corrected, he'd get a pass that time. He told him he had the cover on it.
Well, it wouldn't be no confusion, but no, they can't do that. That's too simple and easy.
Oh, yeah, I know exactly what you mean there, too. But if you want a blue light bar there, I can sell you one cheap, Roger.
Not bad. I can always change colors.
I repeater.
I got two of those LED, I'm not LED, but those strobe light bars that like police used to run, you know. I got two of them just sitting here in the house.
That one works good and cheap enough. I might be inclined to buy, because then I'd have to turn around and buy the colored lenses to slide on there and take the blues off, change them to amber or white or a combination of both.
Matter of fact, one of them got a speaker mounted on top of it for a C.A.R.E.N speaker.
I've got a green and white, and then I got amber and white. Two different ones. They're about $150 a piece off Amazon, but right now I'm just running amber and white.
Well, you know, used to, green lights was only for OEM. But now, all the construction companies running green lights, and utility companies also. And even highway department run green and amber.
green was used for security before OES come about. Before there was even OES in existence. And then OES took the green. They started running green, so then it was OES and security. And nowadays it's highway department, construction, and everything else running green and amber, green and white, whatever. Go show you, nothing ever stays the same. Stuff is always changing.
Oh yeah, no doubt about that.
I've just been running blue ever since I was born. Now all of a sudden they're running red and blue combinations. Kind of mess you up there if you ain't keeping up with the times.
Roger, W5DI.
County Rescue used to run red and blue. Go ahead.
It was a long time ago. I seen an old picture of that old wagon that had that on that. But anyway, you kind of remember that old Bellamy Brothers song, He's an Old Hippie.
Got the long hair, but I could buy a wig.
What about a wig?
He said, just an old hippie, and I said, yeah, that's me. I said, the only thing about it, hippie, I ain't got the long hair, but I could buy a wig.
That would be quite a look, I'm sure.
Me with long hair and these overalls walking into Waffle House, that'd be a sight to see, wouldn't it?
It reminds me of some of these other. I have to text you this old picture I just thought of when you said that.
On the tie-dye shirt from the 70s and long hair, about 2 foot long.
See if I can find this picture right quick, and I'll text it over there. You'll get a laugh. It's somewhere on the internet. W4JLR. I'll be on the side.
After driving work tonight, just try out these little radios.
N5SWT back.
Good evening.
Well, good evening. How you doing this evening?
Mine is a frog hair split 4 ways.
Well, that's a good deal.
Welcome to the W5DI repeater, Little Rock, Arkansas.
I bought a little old pair of radios up there at the Ham Fest. They came with a disc and a charging cable just like all the other bow things, so I thought, well, you can go in there and change them. And I asked the old boy, he had, I think, 25, 30 bucks more. He said, give me 20 bucks and take them home with you. So they ain't no thicker than a cell phone. And about as wide as a regular bow thing. I thought, man, that'd be ideal just to slip in your pocket when you up there at work or something, you know. So I got down there a while ago and hooked them all up, and I had to download this new version of Chirp. But it covered them, so I got 2 UHF ham repeater frequencies programmed in them. One down here in Malvern, it's only a one-way link, so I can't really test nothing. So I might have to take them to work to check them out.
A one-way link. What's wrong with it?
We key up on this system, I can hear it on the 3.5, but when I key up on the 3.5, it don't come back through to this system. So it's receive only right now. So he's probably got some kind of something went out on it or whatever. And he's like, get a chance to go up there and fix it.
Oh, okay, well, that'll do it.
That bird ham bed, he said, that old Adelaide equipment's so old, he said, I'm just about ready to just tear it all down and throw a trash can. Every time you turn around, there's something going out, you gotta go up there and fix it or repair it or fiddle with it. All that, you know. I think you get kind of tired of messing with it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Happens that way sometimes, I guess. 75 degrees according to my nose, top of the iron temperature.
At 390 in today and got her all programmed up, and I'm loving that. Man, it works through my open spot or whatever, analog, DMR, it don't matter. It just does it all. I love it, little radio. One thing, Roger, let me see if I got it first.
Well, what did you get Kelly all fixed up with his M1 KGs up there?
We got him up running, but you know, Kelly, he's so dadgum picky that he don't like the way he sounds on us. Well, it ain't about how you think you sound. It's about how everybody else thinks you sound. You know. So I don't know if I ever got that across to him or not, but maybe he'll be satisfied with it. I might listen to myself on it and think I sound like crap. But if everybody else out there says, oh, you sounding good, I'd leave it right there if it was me.
Yep. Heard that. Up. Had a shooting down here in Pine Bluff again. One dead, one injured at the intersection of Port Road and Kansas Street. I don't know where that's at over on the... Oh, I know where it's at, too. Yep. Not surprised.
Channel 4, because I was just fixing to tell you the same thing.
That's all in Pageant Town, Stephen. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Roger, I'm watching Channel 4 and eating some, these butter cookies, whatever they call them. We got them from Girl Scouts. Just something for a snack.
Watch out, Stephen. Nowadays, the Boy Scouts are the Girl Scouts are the Boy Scouts.
Yeah, they lost their mind.
I think he's trying to say they all the same thing nowadays.
You got a lot of people don't know what they are, Roger, but anyway, them cookies are still good, though.
Yeah, Jason, I know what you're talking about. Sad.
Sir. Alright, we all carry on. I'm sandbagging here for a little bit longer, but I never did run to the store. But I'll eventually do that. The store's open 24/7, though. I think it was even open Christmas, so no problem on that.
Man, them stores open that much over there all night. Gavy.
It's a new so-called truck stop, but it's not nothing huge like where you can just, like the one up in Denton or anything, or the one over there in Crime Bluff, but on the interstate, but it's still considered a truck stop, I reckon.
Yeah. Any place bidding up parking lot for a big truck pull in, big truck stop, wouldn't it, Roger?
No, you'd have to be able to park more than one in there, I reckon. But, Jason, I like at the Crime Bluff. That fits perfect.
What the kids at church call it all the time. One in particular that he always points that out.
Wait, Jason, now, Pine Bluff ain't that bad. Ain't place in Pine Bluff I am not afraid to go anywhere. I go anywhere in Pine Bluff, I ain't scared.
There's daylight, bright hours, I would imagine.
I go in places at night time up there. Don't bother me none.
Go on all you want then.
Well, you may come pick you up and take you to them neighborhoods and show them to you.
Pack a 44 and a shotgun, we'll head right on over then.
Oh, ain't no need to have no 44, no shotgun.
Think about it, Roger. You never leave home without your gun. Tell him about it.
Sorry about the delay. I was down the hall when you said that, but oh yeah. I carry 38 special everywhere. If it ain't that, it's a Glock 9.
That's so small, you ain't gonna attract no attention that way.
Come on over here, Jason. I bring my AR-15 with me. We carry it too.
Plenty good shape for a war. Well, no problem on that. But, I don't know if they'll try to... Something went wrong if we'd be the ones to go to jail because we're in the wrong neighborhood. Got a funny story about that. Get them ears.
K5 is I was in the science club at school, and part of our project was in the science club to go give out turkeys and stuff to less fortunate families. Well, me and my mom and 2 or 3 other people were given areas of, Tony, you know where I'm talking about, West Shore 13th, over an area that you was talking about. So we get over there in that area. My mom was a school teacher or something. All the kids knew her and all that. So one of them was out on the side of the road there in the neighborhood we was going through to deliver this turkey and these goodie bags. This kid walked up to her and said, called her by name and said, "What in the world are you doing over here?"
Turn around and run as fast as you could.
Luckily, it wasn't as bad back then as it is now. Anyway, I'm going to watch the weather here. It's coming on. I'll be back. K5 SWT.
Come back, let me know what it says, because I ain't got no way of watching local weather. See how bad the tornadoes and all that's going to get. I'll be here. W4 JLR. I got a question for you. Go ahead. That radio's only 25 watts, but it'll go down to either, I think, 10, 5, and 1 watt. The one I said is going to arrive Friday. And push come to shove, and I ever needed a linear amplifier. I got one on here. I could put my diplexer on it and break it out to its own antenna for VHF. It covers 135 to 175 megahertz. But it's got a button for single side band and FM. You reckon it would pass DMR through that?
Making on the FM, anything on these hams is all FM, I believe.
I don't know if that digital versus analog on that mattered. I might ask Tim that. Maybe that radio, that 25 watts be plenty good without needing no boosting or anything, extra power. Probably the only time that'd come in make any difference be on simplex. But I'm probably going to that'll just be on analog anyway. But this thing's 70 watts output. But I had to give somewhere on it to get everything I wanted. Still didn't get it. Still didn't get everything I wanted. I've come to the conclusion, Roger, the only perfect radio is the one if you had the money and the engineering degree you could build yourself.
Well, both vehicles has a 25 watt radio in them, and they do just fine. Of course, they're not DMR; they're just straight analog. They are dual band. And but if you've got a, I think N9600 is a pretty good radio. It's 40 watts out, or up to 40, anything in between. And it does analog, digital, dual band. I just don't see how any, around here in Central Arkansas, that's all a fella would ever need.
Big old thing would fit up there in the front of my car, it'd be fine. Somebody said something about going in there and doing a bunch of 3D printing and making brackets and all that, and I said, well, that's a little bit above my experience level.
I thought it'd be just about as easy to rebuild the engine in your car as it would be to do that. That's way too much work just for what you're doing. Entirely.
Totally agree. And it took me forever to find a DMR with a remote mount head or just a small one that wouldn't take up much room when I found that one. So I don't know why in the world these Anytones and these Alencos and that 9600, I mean, they all make, about everybody makes an analog only, but don't hardly nobody make one that's DMR that has a remote mount kit.
Maybe they just ain't figured out how yet.
At the store this time, and I'm going to be back in about 10 minutes. W4JLR.
Heard you say that at least 10 times today.
Might say it 10 more times tonight, right? KG5DI.
Ain't gonna get no sleep.
K5SWT back.
Right, snooze about over.
Hey, Roger, I'm on my way to the store right now. I'm mobile.
Saying that, you've been saying it all day long. Every time I hear you, you're either getting out of the store or just leaving the store or headed to the store.
They said I was on the way to the store 5 times, or fixing to leave home to go to the store, but I'm actually in the car. If you listen real close, you can hear that big motor whining in the background. Old Cat wanted to go for a ride, so I threw him in the car with me. He loves looking out the window as we go, but it's dark right now. I don't reckon he can see too awful much, but it's pretty light.
They can see as good at night as we can in the daytime.
He's a riding cat. He just gets right over in the seat next to me, lay in my lap, and he's about like a dog when it comes to that stuff. He enjoys it, riding around.
Always amazed me, a deer crossed the road and run right down through the woods 30 miles an hour and never hit a tree in the middle of the night. I said, that's something right there.
Darn thing, it looks at these high beams, it's going to freeze up every time, get right out in front of you. Hey, I'm out at the store now. I'll be right back. That'd be for JLR.
A5FM. Hey, Roger, I'm looking at crime radar. There was a call in Pine Bluff city limits earlier today. I hadn't clicked on it to listen to it yet, but it said female chasing male with tree limb.
Better than that for you. Somebody run over the sign at the Glen Rose Fire Department and then left the scene of an accident. But by the time they put it out to me, it was 8 o'clock, and it happened at like 5:45. So I thought, the way they do that, with all that delay, can't nobody help them, you know. If they'd put it out immediately, I could have sat here and watched out the door. If I see the car, I could tell them, hey, that car just passed here, headed towards Malvern. Keep eyeballed out for it, you know. But they got... By the time you hear it, it's done been over with 2 or 3 hours.
Well, the reason they do that is to where people won't use the crime radar to interfere with scenes. Now, if you look at it live, because I've looked at some of our stuff before, if you look at it, live, just scrolling through, you'll see stuff, pretty recent, but they've updated it quite a bit lately, though, where if you play the call, click on the audio, and you mention an address or anything that's close to that'll give it away where it's at, it takes that out. You notice that? It covers it up with static now.
I never mess with it. I just... When it dings on the phone, I'll read what it says, and that's the end of it, because like I said, it happened 2 or 3 hours ago. It's all done over with now.
I think that's why they do that, where if some people have their alert set up, it's delayed on purpose where people won't try to interfere with it.
Yeah, well, it don't help them none by doing that. It sure don't help the public anyway.
to get some from the dog there. But anyway, yeah, I know what you mean there, though, but I see it from both sides. I know we had a guy that used to be on the fire department that was doing that, and he was using that crime radar app to come to some of our calls. He was aggravating us is what he was doing. Name's Steven, but thank you.
Watching that YouTube video that said Arkansas troopers says finds 58 pounds of meth during a traffic stop. That's a lot of meth, buddy.
That gum sure is. Wow.
$58. I wonder how many $1 million that's worth street value.
I'm not going to use my phone to look it up first. I don't think I want to do that. It varies by location. Typically sold $60 to $100 per gram. 1.58 million and $2.63 million.
I just can't see how. It just blows my mind.
Is that on the natural state transparency thing that I could watch it?
No, it's on that Arkansas police activity deal. I'll try to pull it up and send you a link to it.
Yeah, I'll watch that.
W4 JLR back on the base station.
Didn't take long.
Say it ain't very far over there. About 2 minutes over there, go in there, and 2 minutes to get what I need, and then about 2 minutes to drive back. Not long at all. It's so close, I didn't even carry my A5FM radio with me. I just left it in the house. I figured I'd come on back. I need to put... They don't like us to bond anything in short, so I had to come back, get long breeches on anyway. But I got to stock my car out for... Just like most firefighters carry their turnout gear with them everywhere. Of course, I guess some leave it at the station, depending on where they live at. We carry a lot of stuff with us, but... Just all depends.
Tried to send it to us, Steve, and it ain't acting right, so I don't know if you find it or not.
What's say about it, Roger?
I tried to send it to you on Facebook. It wouldn't let me do it on the phone. It kept bringing up all these different groups. I didn't want to send it to a group and try to type in your name and it wouldn't find it, so I had to send it, do it on Facebook. And I don't know if it shared it with you or not, but it shared it to my post on my page.
Hey, it worked. It sent it directly to me.
Okay, that's a good deal.
Okay. Yeah, I got it on Messenger, and then you tagged me in it too. Ah, that's funny.
Then I could go down there and click the share, and it brought up your deal where I could just click on your name and send it straight to you. Just noticing on this TY
Tornado watch has been issued for extreme western Arkansas through 4 a.m.
And after I downloaded the coke plug, now it's all just black and
I
white.
don't have any details on that yet, but it's extreme western Arkansas. They were talking about it earlier. That part of Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Texas, I believe.
Try it again, I'll double with you.
And then a tornado watch has been issued for extreme western Arkansas through 4 a.m. I don't have the bulletin pulled up, but I just got the alert from the Arkansas storm team there.
Okay. What I was telling you when I doubled, I said when I first got this TYT, turned it on, it had a full color screen, red and green. You know, your receive was red and your transmit was green. And I think it changed when you keyed up or something anyhow. After I downloaded the coke plug into it, now everything's just black and white.
I wonder why.
Of course, it don't really matter as long as I can get on the channel I want. That's all that matters, but I just thought that's kind of odd.
Stephen, did you know what it is? I just think you just sound kind of Jamie.
Hadn't clicked on it yet, Tony, but I did get it.
Tell him that guy hit that live wire out at Whitehall.
I'll check that out too then.
Didn't know whether he knew about it or not.
Are we sure this is real? This ain't real. When's this supposed to have happened?
That seems to happen like once up in the day.
Forward that on to me. It's not real. It's a AI generated crap. I guarantee you no Whitehall Fire Department was dispatched to this today. They didn't get toned out for nothing today. Not this afternoon.
I looked at that fire truck in that picture, and that's a pine butt fire truck.
Yeah, Jason, I can send this to you, but it's all it's advertising for the circus or something. It's ridiculous. It ain't even from no real news source.
Must be from CNN then.
I had to throw that out. Anyway, I'll be here. It's entertainment nonetheless, I'm sure.
You better wake up now. Time to go to work. K5J.
Oh, I'm awake. I'm in the vehicle heading that way.
Bring you 390.
Yeah, I brought it.
Deal, I gotta come up there so I can check out one of these new radios that I bought up there at Hamfest. I just figured out how to program them today. They're about as thick as a cell phone.
What is it?
Alphane T20D.
Ooh, gasoline $3.19 a gallon. I don't believe I know that flavor. Say again, all I heard was the word public.
Test 1, 2, 3. I said, you said $3.19 a gallon. I said, you ought not talk like that in public.
And I read on the internet a minute ago or a little while ago that the price of oil has dropped tremendously already, about 20 or 30 cents dollars a barrel, $20 or $30 a barrel. It dropped. However, the price of gasoline is still going to continue to go up. And they went into this long, twisted, convoluted story about how this and this and that and that. And, you know, it reminds you of somebody when you ask them a one-word question, a yes or no question, and they can come back with about a 30-minute spiel. So that's what their excuse was on why gasoline is still going to continue to go up, even though oil has fallen dramatically.
News that Trump had opened up the strategic oil reserve and started pumping out of it to help keep prices down. So, you know, they're just making up excuses. They want that revenue.
Basically, that long, convoluted thing they said was just a way that they said, we want to, and we can, so we are.
That's basically it. They ask them a yes or no question and take them 25 minutes to explain it.
Well, yeah, he said, you know, on the thing there, it said about that, it said a 5-minute read. I said, holy cow. So I read it, and I didn't know any more than I did to start with. Basically, what I gathered from it is because they can and they want to, so they are.
What it boiled down to.
W4JLR.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good with amplifiers. Trying to find something that might take in about 20 watts and spit out about 100 watts, but I haven't found anything. Seems like you have to use ultra low wattage, like maximum of maybe 4 watts.
They do make a high drive amplifier. You have to search for a high drive amplifier.
Let me go look for that. W4JLR.
There seems like 5 watts in, 70 out, or something like that.
Yeah, well, Gerald used to have one that's 50 in, is 160 out, you know, and it would go down correspondingly. 50 in, 160, I can't remember, 5 was 20 or 30 or something like that, you know.
Sense there, Kelly Bob. Let me make sure I got it first. I've kind of got this 25 watt radio. It took me forever to find a radio that was going to work with my vehicle for DMR, because none of them want to make a radio with a remote mount head. They're all just, the ones with a remote mount head are like D-Star radios, Yazoo, Zycoms, but none of these, like a Linko or the Anytone, don't have a remote mount head. So anyway, I find it's supposed to be here Friday, but it puts out 25 watts, probably just fine the way it is.
Probably so, because I don't think you can use a regular amplifier on Moto Turbo. I could be wrong nowadays, but most of the time, Moto Turbo, when it operates, it switches off and on about, I can't remember how many times a second, but if you listen to it next to a set of speakers, you can hear it pulse and that sound. So that radio is actually transmitting, then it unkeys and receives from the repeater and transmits and unkeys from the repeater. That's how the time slots work, and I don't know if a regular amplifier will do that, because I don't think they'll switch that fast.
One of my questions is digital, all digital formats do that kind of stuff. Sound like a fax machine or something. But I've listened to several digital formats on a FM receiver, and you can hear that different kind of rackets they make, so... Well, that's a good point. I didn't think about that, but I was going to ask you, because I seen one that had FM and single sideband, which obviously I'm not going to use single sideband with this rig. So, all right, appreciate it. You're right. I don't think it would work, so I'll just stick with my 25 watts in until they come up with a better mousetrap.
Now, Yazoo Fusion, C4FM, you know, it's like P25, they're first cousins. It will work with them because they don't key and unkey. They don't use time slots. And D-Star doesn't either. But DMR uses time slots. So you can have actually two conversations on one repeater at the same time. And the way they do that is they switch it back and forth real fast. That sound that you hear is it's keying and unkeying, and when it's unkeyed, it's hearing the repeater doing that, and when it's keyed, you know, that's how it works. It's digital multiplex.
And you can't have a 2-meter amp. Even if you got a dual band, a lot of times it won't pass the full 40 audio, even if it's off K5TL.
We'll use a diplexer to separate it out before the antenna, more than likely on that part. But all right, well, that tells me what I needed to know. We'll just see if this 25 watts will do what I need. Probably will. And you know, if I get out there on 5.2 simplex, that might be the only issue that would arise. All right, W4JLR.
Using Moto Turbo on Simplex 5.2, you're going to make a lot of enemies around here. W5RHS.
See how it works.
I said I was going to use it. The radio's analog and digital.
Well, does it have a low power setting?
Yeah, I believe it had, I want to say it had 1 watt, 5 watt, 10 watts, and 25 watts. Without having the specifications right in front of me, I'll know for sure when I get it in my hand Friday evening. Very, very slim chance it might be here Thursday.
You can get a 10N 160 out. I do like a 10N 80 out. I had a 2N 1 to 5N 170 out. Boy, that was a nice amp. You didn't worry about being not making the repeater then. Just be sure you got a good battery in your vehicle. Do not run it when battery engine is off. But if you're trying to get into 120 or something from C.A.R.E.N, as long as you can hear the repeater, if you get one of those, then yeah, I like. I don't know, 25 watts. If you're doing about 45 now, 25 will make quite a bit of difference. So you might look at the 10N and the 100 or 160 out. You should be able to find those on eBay.
Then I got the whole problem with what Kelly was just talking about, the time spots and all that on the DMR side. And I wonder if it would, of course, the thing, I'd probably have to mount it in my trunk due to the space restrictions, but I might be able to get it like around under the seat or something. But definitely needs heavy-duty wire gauge going to the battery, and like you said, don't ever key down with it. The car turned off.
Well, there's not any VHF DMR around here. Might be in Georgia, but the only VHF DMR is 145.21 in Conway. So, all your DMR is UHF. So if you put a splitter on it, you could use the DMR part on the UHF. But if you want to listen to any public safety and all, it would pick it up on UHF. You just couldn't, well, you wouldn't be able to listen to any public safety on that radio anyway. So only DMR you're going to have is UHF. I don't know any other VHF DMRs.
Yeah, probably just
C5MMW.
get the MR patches and handle the public safety over the scanner. And whenever I get around to that. Well, I believe I need to go ahead and go to bed. It's bedtime in 5 minutes. W4 JLR clear for the evening. 7-3.
Hello, Justin. See you later, Jason. I'm out of double. Go ahead, Justin. K5TL.
I was saying, don't forget about Glenwood, KC5MMW.
I did forget about that. Yeah, 146.835. It's a VHF DMR. And he's at C.A.R.E.N. So if he goes pretty close down there, he might actually get into Glenwood. It's got pretty good coverage.
Glenwood, is that 146.835? Is that a negative or a positive? We had some in Georgia that use both. That's one of them odd frequencies that can use a positive or a negative.
I'm pretty sure it's negative right off the top of my... Yeah, it is. It's negative. I programmed it, so I mean, I should know, but it's been a minute.
Nope, I appreciate the information. I'm just leaving my options open. Just trying to get a radio that looks like controls the frequencies a lot easier than having to get a laptop out every time or something. All right, back to y'all, W4JLR.
This is the Central AR Radio Emergency Net W5DI repeater in West Little Rock.
Tower over there, DB224. It works pretty decent, XDR 8400. So, anyway, I'm going to get back to watching the weather. Catch y'all later. KC5MMW.
Yeah, they had some in Oklahoma. I can't hear magazines from here, but on the indoor antenna, but they had some from Oklahoma, and I was wondering if it was going to come your way. Tornado watch was issued. I don't know if you're in it. Probably are. We're not, but the county over is Johnson, K5TL.
All right, yeah, so doing something on magazine, we can link up and listen.
I don't think so yet. I don't think it's entered the state, but they're tornado watch till 4 a.m.
We'll bring 120 up in the receipt mode. I guess if magazine activates, y'all can hear it on broadcast by hello Justin over there. W5RHS on control. I thought it was. Was it sending touch tones?
I don't know, because you have your cover tone really loud on this port. I want to turn that off at some point, but yeah, it should have been.
It didn't like them because it didn't do anything.
W5HRP.
Ethan Harper.
Hey everybody, hope all y'all doing well. I heard y'all talking about the weather stuff. I'm monitoring here for Oxcom, and if it hits if we get tornado warnings, we will definitely activate the statewide Skywarn net here on the All-Star network. So we're monitoring, I promise you.
Excellent. Good deal. We'll bring magazine up on this one. Hang on. Took it that time. Go ahead. 75RHS, I'm clear.
I know one of the magazine repeaters was offline. I don't know if they've got it back online yet or not. Do you guys know if they've got it hooked back up? I think it was the 09 repeater, but I'm not sure which one, if you're going to 09 or 35.
We were going to 3.5. That's usually the one that XMZ, usually that's the one that the Franklin County Skywarn's on.
Roger that. Yeah, they do a great job on that 3.5 machine. Go ahead and try to link it. I don't know why your linking wouldn't work, but hopefully you make it work. I know right now there's a lot of storms that are just over at Muskogee, like Tulsa, all the way down to man, where is that? Can't even read it because there's so much noise on the radar. Yeah, there's a long line of strong storms over there in eastern Oklahoma, slowly making its way this direction. So it's going to be another couple hours probably.
Yeah, it made it that time. I'm leaking the 3.5 already, and receive only, and that repeater's up. I just heard it ID. We hear it full quieting on the remote base here on this repeater.
W5RHS. And if y'all need to hear it, if magazine brings something up, you can hear it on the 120's broadcast 5 feed.
Roger that. Good job. Cool to know that you guys are bringing all that stuff up and have it in receive only. That's pretty cool. I still got a lot to learn about all this linking stuff with All-Star and whatever else you're doing. With are you doing Echo Link or All-Star? What do they got up there on the 3.5?
I wish to God that they had All-Star on there, or Echo Link, or something. Or RF, but actually using the remote base on the repeater itself.
Talking about now, that's on one of the long lists that I've got on our repeater in Ola, is to get our remote base up and running to link in all that way. So I may have to reach out to you, Kelly, with some questions on as I try to figure that out.
Okay, y'all, you run the Ola repeater. I've wanted to link up with y'all a time or two, but I didn't have any idea what y'all would think about it. Like if y'all had something going on, we could, if it'd be okay to tap in receive mode, or if y'all have a net or something, and y'all wanted a little coverage, we could do that. You know, nothing permanent, but just kind of come in and be like you and me talking right here, and then after it was over, we'd be gone, you know.
Yes, sir. I'm I guess I'm the trustee in training. I'm not the trustee yet, but I'm in my apprenticeship phase, I guess you could say, learning as much as I possibly can, and I've been doing most of the work on the repeater, Ola, at 147.21 for the last couple of years, I guess. And right now we're kind of in between things with the backup repeater and trying to get a repeater fixed and get back on the air. So right now we don't even have our All-Star hooked up because we lost the internet connection, which I've got a solution for that now that I should have up there the next couple of days. But I don't have an interface for the repeater that we're running off of right now to get it back into the controller to get it back hooked up to All-Star. So trying to get all that done in the next couple of weeks if we possibly can. But we've got we've got a new repeater. We've got to get some tuning done on it and get it ready to go. But yeah, glad to talk to you about that at some point. We'll just figure it out, time to chat. Like I said, we don't have the remote base connected up yet to do any linking, but it's something on my list to get figured out. So it's good to know that there's a resource and we can talk more about that.
What kind of a radio are you going to use to link that, Harper? You know, you can use the ARCOM. I think they'll interface with I know they'll interface with the B71. I want to say a 281. You know, one of those kind of radios, real well. And you can also do it with the Motorola, since you've got the extra port on the controller.
Yeah, we've got the V71, and it was set up at one point, but they couldn't get the programming. The people before me couldn't get the programming of the remote base and the commands and the ARCOM controller figured out just right. So it wasn't doing exactly what they were wanting to do with it, and I just haven't had time to sit down and figure it out and learn how to do it and learn what needs to be done. So we've got the V71 and ARCOM controller with the extra port, unless we get our UHF repeater back on the air soon, then we'll have to add an extension port or something. I think they make extension ports for those, but I may be mistaken. So yeah, that's what we got.
What is the repeater in tone of up there at Ola anyway?
If you need any help with that, if you ever want to interface one of those with an All-Star node, talk to Patrick, N5CG. He helps people with that. He's got a remote base set up. He's got a V71 and New York set up, and then he's got on All-Star, and you have to write some commands, of course, which I think would be, I've got a V71 here too. But he's got V7 set up there, and he's got the D700 set up there in North Carolina at his parents' house. So that way he can talk on the local repeaters if it's home in New York or at his parents' house, either one. So it's pretty cool. It works real well. He said he likes the V71 a little better because you can actually do tones and everything else with it a little bit more than you can on the D700. But it will work that way if you have to do it.
Yeah, roger that. And Kelly, I think you asked me the frequency and the tones for our repeater. Is that what you asked?
Yes, sir. I would like to know what it was. I would actually like to see if I could hit it in case we needed to try it, with your permission for a moment's test.
So it's, like I said, we don't have anything set up to do any linking right now. So that V71's not hooked up, and it's just it's a Yaesu repeater right now. It doesn't have any courtesy tones. It doesn't have a squelch tell, and it's got an IDer that is got a tone emitted on it. So if you put the tone on both sides, you won't hear the Morse code IDer. So if you key up, you won't be able to tell that you're actually chunking it if you've got the squelch tone turned on, or the tone squelch turned on. But it's 147.21 with a positive offset, and a PL is 114.8. 114.8.
That might be interesting. Well, I know what I could do. I could bring up in receive mode to y'all, and maybe if you're where you could identify on that repeater, and I could see if we could hear it. We listen a lot to different Skywarn nets and different things. We don't necessarily transmit.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I'd love to learn more about that at some point and see how that part of it works. I guess I've got, like I said, I've got a lot of learning to do on the linking stuff. So, yeah, I mean, by all means, give it a shot and see where it goes. I know you're down in Benton, Sling County area, or are you farther south than that? I know we had a guy recently that was getting in, that were talking to us from the Prattsville area.
Yeah, I'm Benton. Well, I'm in Haskell now. The repeater's west of Benton. It's about the 111 mile marker on the north side of the interstate. So, kind of use the 70-30 split as a reference.
Roger that. Yep, I know where that's at. And then, I don't know what hills are in between us. That's the only thing, is whether there's an extra hill in there somewhere that blocks some of that area from the repeater. And so it's just going to depend on where you are in that line from the mountain there overlooking Nimrod Lake on Highway 7.
I bet we could do it. I bet we could. 147, 210, 114.8. Let's see. How can I do this where I won't be sending? What repeater are you coming in right now? How are you getting in All-Star, or are you getting in RF right now?
I'm coming in through All-Star.
Okay, my All-Star node on the 120 repeater, Saline County, is 454130. That's 454130, and y'all are welcome to link in at any time. Say hey, stay linked up as long as you want. Have a net, you know, just whatever. Just come in and say hi, you know.
That's perfect to know. Glad to know that at 454130. I've got that written down, and I'll add that to our list of things. Like I said, once we get All-Star back up and running, trying to get some other people learning how to use All-Star around here, because they really like it for the monthly Oxcom Skywarn testnet, and I think they would like it a lot more for different things that they would play with it with. We've talked about setting up a UHF repeater down here, putting our UHF repeater permanently on All-Star, but we haven't decided about doing that just yet. But that would be nice to have that one permanently connected up.
Tell you what, if you did that, you'd get more users, because your repeater was pretty popular during the ice storm. A couple people had heard the net on Oscom, since we don't have anything up, around here, and that way you got a local repeater for local traffic, and then you got one for the link. So if they want to talk on it at any time. Kelly, you can't hit the 8.2 repeater in Russellville, can you?
To be honest with you, I haven't tried it in years upon years.
Well, they did improve the antenna, and it is working a lot better than it did. Hardly hear any traffic on it, but me and Butch talk on it occasionally, and we talk on the 440 repeater up here occasionally, but mainly 2 meters. There's a couple people that's on it, unless there's a net on Tuesday night, but it is working a little bit better, and they do have a local weather net whenever there's stuff, local. Up here, I don't know what they'll do now, because Larry's in Antlers, Oklahoma, so. N5QLC.
Go ahead, Joel. W5RHS.
Yeah, appreciate that, Kelly. Hey, Harper, this is Joel, N5QLC. I think I talked to you at the Hamfest the other day with Kim up there, and Kim was telling me that the receiver went out on the MTR 2000. Is that the only situation going on with that? If that receiver was repaired or replaced, would that bring your whole system back up, or have y'all already transitioned to the other repeater?
Hey, Joel, thanks for checking in there. Appreciate that. Good to hear you. Yeah, that's our main thing is the issue there, and I'm picking up another MTR 2000 tomorrow from somebody that's got one they're going to let us borrow indefinitely as long as we need it. And I was going to reach out to you here in the next couple of days to see about getting with you to see if you're able to tune those. I don't remember if you're able to. Are you able to tune MTR 2000s, or trying to find somebody that could tune it? Because, like I said, should have one tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, yeah, I do have the capability to do that. I actually am the one that built that MTR that's in there. So I was just curious if the receiver had just gone out, you could just replace the receiver and probably be back up and running fairly quickly. But anyway, yeah, you can reach out to me. Kim's got my phone number and all, so that'd be fine. I'll do that. We'll talk about it.
appreciate that so much. I will get with Kim and get your number tomorrow, and then if you don't mind, I'll bring you the one we're using now. I'll bring that one to you to look at and tell us what you think about it. If it's something that's fixable, or if it's just a maintenance issue, or whatever it might be, and then tune that one up for us, and we'd have them both. That would be great. So I'll get with Kim in the morning and see what he's got, and then go from there. How's that sound?
That'd be good. Yeah, I'd be glad to work with you on that, and maybe get both of them going, or one of them, or just whatever. But anyway, okay, I won't hold it any longer. I'll let you guys back in there, and yeah, just get with Kim and get my phone number and call me, and we'll figure out a good time for you to bring that down, and hopefully get it going for you. N5QLC.
Thanks so much, Joel. I appreciate you very much. W5HRP.
W5HRP, W5RH is short with questions. Do you mind if I have your node number for All-Star? That way when you get it back up, if we need to listen or if we ever need to link, I can, tap into your All-Star node.
We have a hub node, which is where you'll have to connect into, because we're running off of mobile internet at the repeater site, so it doesn't allow incoming connections at the repeater, but allows us to connect out to a hub. So you go to our hub, which is 656-441. That's 656-441. And then I'll give you my personal node as well, which is on. It's always on, but it's usually hooked up to that hub node.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Like I say, ours is 454-130. My personal at the house is 454-131. W5RH.
But you can't connect to 131. He'll have to connect to you. And if you'll connect up to that older repeater when they get it fixed, you can talk to Casper. Boy, it's good to talk to him. I did not know he played music till he told me the other day, and I guess his wife plays also, and or sings one. I'm not sure which. I think they were going to be in Russell here sometime. But he told me to tell you hello, Kelly, next time I talk to you. He does the antennas up and can't get into 120, so he said you'd have to connect up to him. But I told him I'd pass it along to you. He hopes to get some antennas up, because he said he'd like to be able to figure out a way to talk to us at night when we're all on here, because he missed doing that. Used to get on all the time at night.
Yeah, I like him. He's a good guy. I miss talking to him as well. That would be great. Oh, by the way, on this open 77 here on this 380 or 390, how do you change the power? I don't remember the keystrokes for that. But there's a way you can vary the power.
Hold in your bottom button on the left right below the PTT. Use your arrow keys. And it'll change it.
Okay, here's 50 milliwatts. W5RH.
Sounds great. That's a good deal. You get that new code plug I sent in, or are you going to wait and let Roger put that in Sunday?
I'm not. I'm letting Roger put it in right now.
Oh, okay then. He just came on up there. Well, that's a good deal. Well, he'll get you all fixed up. And all you'll have to do is put it in your 9600 when you get to the house. Or bring it to work or something. So, yeah, I like the Open Duty 77 for that reason.
Okay, I'll be on the side here for a second, see what he's fixing to do. 35 wrenches.
Okay, yeah, Harper's, like say, if you ever decide to do that on the All-Star Way, need any tips on that, like say Patrick could be your guy to talk to on the V71 interface. I mean, other people's done it, of course, but he's pretty smart with that. He's helped a lot of people and built a lot of the interfaces for that, so that way you could do 2 meter and 440 if you wanted.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Tim. I will definitely keep you in mind when I get to that point where I'm working on that again. And when I'm ready to dive into that and get it figured out, I got a couple other projects to get done first, but eventually we'll come back around to that, and I'll definitely remember to holler at you to get in touch with him. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, or you could use a Motorola and steer it too, you know, either way. Not a lot of repeaters that you really could link to. I mean, Perryville, Russellville, Magazine, you know, a couple more. So it's pretty neat to have there. All right, we'll be monitored here. So hopefully see what these storms do and.
Yes, sir, that is a good thing indeed, that's for sure. Yeah, this line has moved very little since we started talking a little while ago. It's the leading edge of this line has made it almost to Stigler, Oklahoma, and Tahlequah, but it's not quite to Sallisaw yet, so it's still got a ways to go before it gets to Sallisaw or Poto even. Got a lot of thunderstorm warnings in it and some other stuff along the way, so a lot of lightning and a lot of heavy rain to come, but I'm hoping the Weather Service, I was reading a briefing from them a few minutes ago, Weather Service put out a briefing saying that as it moves eastward, they're expecting it to weaken and really kind of flatten out, and not expecting, as that happens, the tornado risk will definitely go down, but it's still not zero. You know, like you said, the tornado watch stops at the county line just west of both of us, so it's not quite down here to Yell County, it's not quite up there to Pope County, it's just right there. But that doesn't mean we're out of the woods, but hopefully it stays out of the way, and I'll be here monitoring for at least another 30 minutes or an hour. I'm waiting for Shane, WX0X, to come in midnight. He's flying into Memphis right now, and he's going to be on the air in an hour or so probably once he gets landed and gets settled in. But we'll be here monitoring as long as it takes. I know he was there. He was online one night last week till like 5 or 6 before he finally gave up. So we'll be here, keeping an eye on it, and let you guys know. But thanks for coming back. Appreciate the help. Good talking to you and Kelly both, and I'll be monitoring for a little while. W5HRP.
85 RHS. Harper, did you say we might be able to try that 210 repeater? See if we could hear it or hit it a minute ago.
Yeah, you want me to key up an ID and see if you hear me?
Give me a second to switch the remote base over. It'll just be in receive mode on. Give me a second to switch to 75 right there, and I'll let you know. You'll hear some beeping. I gotta turn the cover tones. The cover tones should not go down the length, but they are. I gotta go in there and take care of that. Back to business is if you can connect to my All-Star Direct, I can drop off Oxcom for a minute. That way it won't go downlink.
Roger that. You want me to go to the 130 or the 131?
I'd go to the 130-454-130. 55 right here.
Roger that. I'll disconnect here and I'll be over there and I'll be back over here in a few minutes. W5HRP.
Hey Jim, do you remember my DMR ID number? No, but I can look it up. Just give me a minute.
I think it's close to mine, but that ain't gonna help you, but I think it's close to mine, K5SWT.
W5HRP here.
Okay, I see you. I'm going to disconnect the Oxcom for a minute, and I need my DMR ID. It got accidentally deleted. So.
This is the Central A.R. Radio Emergency Net W5DI repeater in West Little Rock.
Got a valid point.
It's up to you one way too, Kelly. KG5DPK with you. But that's because I had it. That repeater was routed to port number 1, which was the repeater port. It wasn't routed into the computer port. Yeah, I kind of admitted that. I just had messed with you, Kelly. Alright then, good deal. Well, gentlemen, carry on. I want to see what Roger's tearing up with my radio over here. It's vibrations. One time, it may not work no more now. KG5DPK with you.
Well, I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Medicine's kicking in, so I'm gonna go to bed. But everybody, and I've been around somewhere. K5SWT.
This is the W5DI Little Rock repeater.
Good evening.
W5RHS on patrol.
12 a.m. Good morning.
From W5DI. This is the Central A.R. Radio Emergency Net W5DI repeater in West Little Rock. W5DI mobile.
W5 bridge, that's on 120's controller.
The rain has started, W5JFA.
All right then. It's raining again.
About a 2-mile shower and then it just quit.
Boy, I want you to know some of them places, them tornadoes been happening, they are tore up. Man, I hope it ain't going to be our turn pretty soon.
Like I said before, rain don't bother me, thunder, lightning don't bother me. Well, lightning bothers me a little bit, but the wind's what worries me the most.
Yeah, lightning bothers me a whole lot.
Sometimes it ends up costing money. I don't like that.
And they're some of the biggest hailstones that I have ever seen up there in Indiana right now. I mean, honest to goodness, it's 5 inches across. They're showing it with tape measure. That would kill a feller. 5-inch diameter hail is jagged. It's not round and smooth. It's all jaggedy. My gosh, that's terrible.
I was watching Ryan Hall earlier, and one of the live spotters that was out in their vehicle turned their camera and looked out across the lake, and them hailstones like you're talking about was hitting the lake out there, and he said, man, them look like meteors hitting the lake out there.
Yeah, that'd destroy a person's vehicle, I mean, it'd total it. My truck might as well it'd be totaled. Insurance would total it. Well, I'd hate to think what it'd do, that Subaru. And, yeah, the new vehicles is kind of like a beer can,
People like that, I don't think it's new or old, either one to hold up very good. Even them old tough vehicles probably get damaged severely.
Well, let's see. According to this map, our time to shine will probably be between 7 a.m. and 11 a.m. Theoretically.
What they said on the weather at 10 o'clock news, they said, they were showing it should start pushing in here around 6 a.m. I said, well, I can get a little bit of sweet drinks now and then.
Oh, I hope I can. What the heck just failed? Oh, this of the mini memos around here decided to give up and let gravity win.
I've done that a couple of times.
Boy, that's a big old tornado up there. C.A.R.E.N, K-A-K-E-E, Illinois. Oh, man.
That'll be the same, and mounting them in the front window, and just, that way I won't even have to run a light bar on top, but I can if I want to.
You got a light bar on the Subaru yet?
I think it's 28 inches or 32 inches or something like that. Just right to fit between the side rails for that rack.
Good evening, guys. Whiskey X-ray, 1 Delta X-ray.
We got them in the back window and on the dash. Got enough lights around there, I could probably outfit two or three complete cars.
Yeah. I just hope one of these days you get to use them.
Use them quite regular when it's stormy weather. Anytime I pull over the side of the road, I turn them on.
Have you ever had an officer of the law pull up next to you and say, "Who are you and what are you and what's all these lights?"
No, not exactly. Of course, I always got the markings or signs on the door, but I did have county pull up one time and asked, said, "What we got coming?" I said, "Well, right now," I explained what I'd been hearing on the radio, and he said, "I appreciate it," and they took off.
RHF.
See what we got coming. He said, "Is there anything we need to worry about?" And I said, "No, not at this point in time," and I explained what I've been hearing on the radio. They said, "All right, we appreciate it." He pointed at the sign when he asked that question, though, so like I said, this week as they pull up to the truck, they know why I'm out there.
I guess everybody's gone, turned in for the night. My gosh, what a tornado. Dang.
You notice that big yellow sign on tailgate?
No, was too busy being blinded by the light.
Heard that song too one time. Yeah, big yellow sign there takes up half the tailgate there, up and down. It says, "Caution, this vehicle makes frequent stops during the storm season." It's got the Skywarn logo right above it.
Okay, well, good. Well, severe weather season seems to be starting off with a bang. So far, Arkansas has been spared. A lot of the surrounding states are getting tore up pretty bad. I just wonder how long our luck is going to hold out.
Keep saying that, you'll jinx it.
That's what I thought as soon as I said it. I was,
Sound like you're begging for them and keep saying that over and over. It might oblige you.
There's an old saying, be careful what you think about or talk about. You may get it.
I'm fixing to pull into the driveway. I'll catch you in on the base. W5DI.
Right there.
Don't keep me waiting. I'll tell you, K5J be here.
I'm going to set off every alert tone that there is to be set and have it all aimed your way. W5 right
Make sure you get Stevens a load approach.
Yeah, that Watson Chapel two-tone.
I got a buddy of mine on Watson Chapel sign for me. I was close by his house one day and I set his pager off. He got all excited.
Oh, I bet he did. That'd be kind of interesting. Drive by and set their pager off. Get them all stirred up, you know. Just set the pager off. Don't have to say nothing. Just deep.
Yeah, no doubt.
WX0X. WX0X, WX1DX Mobile, Morrilton. How are you doing, Shane?
Hey, good morning, Kelly, and whoever else is in here talking to you this morning. Just landed in Memphis and on my way back home. I decided since I got home early enough on the ground here in Memphis that I just drive on back to Little Rock and save myself from having to drive through all that weather this morning. But I'm really glad that it did beat me to Memphis. How's everything on your end?
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm glad you made it in. Hey, the other day, I hope I didn't do something inappropriate on that Skywarn net. I think I slept check-in. I checked in while I was sleeping. I remember dreaming that I keyed up and said something on the radio, and if I did, I apologize, because I had the Skywarn up on the radio, and I was still asleep.
Well, if you can sleep check in, I guess we'll forgive you for that. But no, I don't remember you doing anything. I think everybody did as I asked, which was wait and check in until I asked for it. We did have a tornado warning, and actually had a tornado on the ground down in Nevada County, and I actually had a spotter down there, which was pretty fantastic. But we didn't have anything to report to the Weather Service that evening. So anyway, no, I didn't think anything of it. I thought you did fine, Kelly. So everything else.
Good deal. I didn't know if I did or not, honestly. Sometimes when I'm go to sleep or asleep and awake and the radio's on, I incorporate this radio into my sleep, and I try not to do that.
Well, I do think you checked in, but it wasn't at an inappropriate time. It was when everybody else was checking in, so I didn't think anything of it. And you didn't sound any different than you normally do. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, Kelly.
I sound like I'm asleep all the time. That's kind of sad. Oh, well. So, what have you heard? What do we got in store for us tomorrow?
Oh, I think it's going to be just like last time we had severe weather through here, which will mean that it might come through and kind of perk up again with the daybreak. But, I mean, right now we just got the wall lines getting ready to come through, and behind is a lot more drier air. So hopefully the pattern shifts. I'll tell you, I'm tired of these nocturnal events. It's been hard on everybody because, you know, I had to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I was waking myself up every hour just to look at it, because I looked at the weather situation and said, it's probably anything tornadic, not going to happen for a few hours. So I'd set an alarm and wake up and look at it and then decide when to set the alarm again, and happened to wake up right at 5 o'clock, right as they were issuing that warning as it came into our area down there by Spring Hill, and was able to bring up the net. But these nocturnal events are no fun.
Maybe, I don't know, who will be in that control in the morning if we had to do something?
Well, unfortunately, it's whoever picks it up. We just don't have enough coverage to be running one all night long. I mean, everybody that is in that control has a job, and we're not paying very well, so I can't really make them do, you know, stuff that isn't good for their family life or their financial life, and missing work and that kind of thing. So we just do the best we can with these odd hour situations. So really, it'll just be whoever picks it up, probably a.m. in the morning. I'll be home and going to sleep here. The only reason why I'm driving home tonight is I had 7 hours of sleep today during the day when I was up in Montreal. So I feel good enough to drive. It's kind of rare I get home and I feel good enough to make the trip.
Okay, well, maybe you can get up in time to run it, you know, if it's late enough in the day.
Yeah, if it's after about 8 to 9 o'clock, I'll probably be awake. I'm planning on being home and in bed by 2:30, so that'll give me enough time. I've just got a real short trip home here. I only really got about a day and a half, and I got to turn around and go back out the door again. So, anyway, my schedule is not so hot right now. Next month will actually be quite a bit easier for me to go back to my cans flying. But are you at work this morning, or are you on your day off, Tim?
work. My days off, when I said take off, my regular days off are Friday night and Saturday night. So I am here for the duration, until 7.
Well, we've got Harper. He said he's still up watching the weather. I told him I didn't think we really needed him. The structure of the storms that are coming from the west, even though there's still a tornado watch, mostly it's going to be a wind and small hail threat. And one of the things is we don't just operate this Oxcom net just for severe thunderstorm warning, which right now there's only 2 at the very bottom of the line. But we just don't have the full coverage to be running a net. 16 hours in a day when the weather is marginally. We have to wait until the weather gets real bad. So, but anyway, so Harper's still up, and I think he hopefully will go to bed soon. So I bet he has to work this morning. WX0X.
W5RHS. Well, I remember we brought it up with for severe thunderstorms and tornadoes both. Depends on, a bunch of different things, coverage and anybody who's available or whatever. So I guess tomorrow we'll just kind of play it by ear, huh?
Yes, at least for first thing in the morning. Later in the day, if it gets going again in the afternoon, then it'll be a little bit easier. But for right now, I mean, the threat is slight risk, and it's not like the slight risk that we had 10 or 15 years ago when, a slight risk could either mean hardly any chance at all or could mean a real bad storm, miss. Now we've got the enhanced risk and moderate risk, and it's just a little bit more nuanced now that you can kind of tell from the forecast what they expect to happen. But yeah, we can only support what we have net controls for, and despite having probably 10 net controls, we probably need at least double, almost triple that to be able to have the coverage that we need to run the entire state for every single severe weather report.
UX1DX.
Oh yeah. And there was something else just going to ask you, and it just something happened here at work, and it evaporated. Maybe it'll come back.
You were talking to in here? I thought I heard somebody talking when I first got on the frequency.
Oh, Roger's on here. He was going home, and he's probably home now. And Tony, he may or may not be on here, and who knows how many people eavesdropping.
Later in on the base, W5JFA. Just sitting here listening to y'all drinking a cup of coffee.
Well, good morning, Ron.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm hoping this ain't nothing but a rain event. I don't like anything with wind in it.
Like there is one tornado warning currently.
Yeah, hopefully this rain.
It's southeastern Haskell County. Has a nice ring to it, don't it, Roger? Northeastern Latimer County, northwestern LaFour County. 5 miles west of Red Oak, moving northeast at 45.
County. I never thought I'd hear that in my lifetime.
Yes, sir. Haskell County is a county in southeastern Oklahoma. Right there next to the little town called Stickler. And there's another little town. Yeah, right there is Stickler. In McCurtain. In Kinta. In Whitesteel. Little bitty town.
We used to get the Arkansas state map and look up in the northern half at some of the weird names they put on some of them. And the older maps, like when I was 16, 17 years old, there was a town marked on the map by a dot, and it was called Rooster Poop, Arkansas. But I don't know if they changed the name or if it turned into Ghost Town, but it ain't on the maps of today.
I remember that. That couplet is just north of Red Oak. Just north of Red Oak on, what interstate? U-270.
This is the Central A.R. Radio Emergency Net W5DI repeater in West Little Rock.
In here in the counties ahead of us are right around 7 a.m.
No, that's the last thing that I read. Wow. That's weird. That's not good looking at all. That's what they say.
Maybe I'll get 3 or 4 hours sleep.
Well, better take you some meds and fling yourself towards the bed then. It might get kind of nasty in the morning.
Well, we'll just have to deal with it as it comes. That's all I can say about that. I got my 390 in, got it charged up, programmed, and they claim it's waterproof, so I'm hoping it is. I don't want to find out the hard way.
I hear you. Shane, you still out there too?
Yeah, Kelly, I sure am. I'll tell you what, I'm surprised they weren't on that. It's a very marginal looking tornado warning, but anyway, it's still out there, and that's kind of what we expect tonight. It'll probably be just random spin-ups, and could be one here in Arkansas, maybe not. It's going to be interesting to see if they reissue the tornado watch further east. That will tell us a lot as to what they expect. I haven't been on NWS chat yet. My capable computer is in the back of the car, and I'm going down the highway. So if it looks like they're going to reissue, then I'll bring it up probably.
Hey Shane, did I hear you say you're driving in from Memphis to Cabot, WX1DX?
Bringing up a QST on Mountain Magazine 3.5 repeater. Be back when he's done. W5 Richard. W5RHS. Shane, they also have tornado warning for southwestern Sevier County, southwestern Arkansas, and east central McCurtain County, southeastern Oklahoma. Looks like it's 6 miles north of Broken Bow, 23 miles west of DeQueen, moving northeast at 60. W5RHS.
Yeah, if it gets into Polk County and pulled together, then we might think about doing something. But the only repeater coverage we have that far south and west is being a repeater. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to stop this next take, grab my my NWS chat key iPad, and we'll just monitor. If anybody has a report, we'll take it.
Okay. I'm going to be on site here then. If you're going to get on the chat, I'm going to see if my credentials still work. And if you want to hear what's going on magazine, the 120 repeater is in monitor mode on the magazine repeater. And it feeds into the broadcastify on my broadcastify. It don't go through the Oxcom one. It just comes through mine. So if you want to hear what they're talking about a lot of Boeing echoes and a lot of high wind events moving in. So if you want to listen to what they're saying, you can go to my broadcastify feed and hear what they're saying. W5RHS.
Sounds good. I'll monitor this, but if they say something interesting, I know you'll come back and tell me. WX, all right. Thanks, Phil.
All right, I'll let you know something. However, they just did something. Let's see. Looks like they've updated it. One for Haskell County. 5 miles southeast of LeQuire. LeQuire? Anyway, it's still there. I fixed to bring up analyst and look at it. W5 break-in.
W5DI repeater.
12:47 a.m.
WX0X, W5RHS.
W5RHS, WX0X, good.
Just checking on your progress.
Yeah, got off the Forest City exit, got the NWS chat computer up here, and kind of watching Shreveport. They continued the tornado warning, just radar indicated, but that's been all there is. So, no, just back on the highway now, just west of Forest City.
Okay, are you on the Forest City repeater? Because it's tied into our system.
Oh, I could be, but I'm not. I'm talking to you on a computer phone. Because I'm just driving and going to be getting away from it fairly quickly here, I just decided to connect up this way so I can keep this going.
Okay. Well, 6 one, half dozen the other, as the old saying goes. You sound fine either way. I didn't know if you knew that. I should have known, but I didn't know for sure that you knew there was 4 cities linked in now.
Oh yeah, Forest City was one of our first ones. We've had that one for more than a year. We just got permission today to put up a repeater in Grubbs up in Jackson County. So I don't know how long that'll take, but we did find the site, and so we'll see. But the city of Grubbs said we can get on whichever one of their water towers we want.
I don't think I've ever heard of that place.
Yeah, it's a small town in Jackson County, and one of the things is that we want to have coverage in the Jackson County because that's something we've not had before, not reliably anyway. And so I was talking with a ham radio operator over there that's actually one of the net controls. She does net control for the Memphis County morning area, even though she lives in Jackson County. But anyway, she knows somebody at the city of Grubbs, and they said, sure, if you want a repeater up here, just whichever tower you guys want. Which that's kind of rare, you know.
A.M. Good morning.
From W5DI.
W5RHS. I was listening to him on magazine. It's the new tornado warning. Of course, you probably got that on your phone there.
I don't, but I assume it's because it's probably coming from Tulsa County warning area over in Oklahoma, right?
Yeah, you might find that interesting on the Broadcastify. They do a real good Skywarn net on magazine. I enjoy listening to them. That's why I link up in receive mode on 120 repeater.
Yeah, it would be nice
I
to
asked you. did the Oxcom meeting go the other day? In the one in Cabot.
Yeah, Kelly, the meeting went really well. We had probably about 20 people there, and kind of decided that we needed to get an organization going and get it put together under a 501c3 charter. And then the other thing we decided is that we're going to start getting ready to try to do stuff with incident communications with the Division of Emergency Management. Primarily just doing things to make them we have the coverage that we do and seeing what use they might have for it. So more than just Skywarn. Skywarn's just kind of the tip of the iceberg with the network that we put together.
That sounds very good. Very good. Would like to be a part of that.
I think the first step everybody talked about was the Great Shakeout exercise that comes up in October, and Loma KG5DPK is kind of heading up that portion of the whole thing. I've got my hands full with Skywarn for sure, but anyway, well, you know, I wish they'd get the Map Magazine guys to join in with us, and then we'd have a few more net controls, and we wouldn't have to duplicate efforts, but convincing everybody to cooperate has been difficult.
Has anybody approached Rick or XMZ up there?
I don't know that anybody's approached them. I'm pretty certain they know that we're here. And that's kind of a tough situation because they kind of like doing their own thing, which is great and everything, but we need all the manpower we can get because we're trying to support as much of Arkansas as we can, even outside of their local area, and adding their repeater would really help us out too. In Western Arkansas, they got quite a bit of range. They canceled the tornado warning for severe Curtin County now. Kelly, I'll be right back. I'm going to switch over to the Northwest Arkansas group and see if they're going to run a net here. It looks like that one tornado up here, Fort Smith, is going to cross the border. I'll be right back. WX0.
Hey, I'd like to know how you're going to do that. I would, if it's something I can listen to on All-Star, I'd like to hear on just listen W5 or 82.
WX, right?
I was going to ask you, is it permitted for a person to, if that's on All-Star, to listen, to log in and listen if that's an All-Star node up there?
Yeah, Kelly. I think anybody really gets upset if you're logged in and listening to them. Their call sign up there is WX5NAS. Although I tried on their system, not raising anybody.
Okay. Stand by one. Roger, his friend is active again. Roger, you might not want to go turn around in their driveway again.
What that was?
There.
Okay. Just keep that in mind.
You see, they go between 120 and the 3.2 system. They'll key here for a while, and then they'll key over there for a while, thinking they're being slick. Yep, you didn't go turn around in their driveway again.
Next vehicle he pulls in his driveway may be carrying a couple of guys.
It's him for sure. He's right there, not far from the repeater itself, around the Peter Bend area. It's him.
Where is that? I done. All you gotta do is keep it up, because we got the equipment now to pinpoint it. I'm going to have to get dressed and get back in the vehicle. I promise you the next time I pull in his driveway, I'll have the state police with me. I bet if I come in on the wireless mic, he can't interfere.
Your audio on the wireless mic sounds really nice, WX0.
Yeah, this is that M1KE, what everybody else call it. I just call it my wireless mic.
Well, it sounds really nice. The audio is real nice and clear and rich. It's fantastic. I'm actually near in a White River right now, and I'm starting to pick myself up on Little Rock here, so I've got the radio on, and I'm kind of bouncing in and out. I have to be careful. But anyway, I don't see any of this stuff moving towards the Rock quite yet. I think they're probably running that on time, of course, in Little Rock. But it's a terrible week. But anyway, I'm just thankful it's not raining like crazy out here right now.
Yeah, Roger. Hell, I may switch over to 9.4 and listen to them. I got 3 bases sitting here going on.
I don't know if he's on the air or not. I just noticed I can see him on NWS chat. He's asking questions about the weather situation.
Yeah, I can hear you on the 775. Okay, I switched over to 9.4 and listened to it a little while, see if I hear anything.
This is the Central A.R. Radio Emergency Net W5DI repeater in West Little Rock.
Okay, we'll catch you later, W5JFA.
This is Central A.R. Radio Emergency Net W5DI repeater in West Little Rock.
Station calling, you were breaking up pretty bad. This is N5VLZ. Can I help you? You're not holding the repeater. You're just probably on the printer. Just don't have enough power. I don't know if you can change your location or boost the power and try again, but you're not holding the repeater. That Shane, you're badly broken up.
Open Weather Watch Net. Please wait 10 seconds. Link system ready.
This is N5VLZ activating the Weather Watch Net. A tornado watch is in effect for portions of western and now into parts of central Arkansas until 4 a.m. The primary threats include a few tornadoes and a couple of intense tornadoes possible, scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events 2 inches in diameter likely, scattered damaging wind gusts to 70 miles an hour likely. In the Little Rock County warning area, these counties were originally in the watch. They were Johnson, Logan, Polk, PLK, and Scott counties, but now they have added some additional counties: Pope, P-O-P-E, Yell, Boone, Marion, Newton, Searcy, Pike, and Montgomery counties. And then up in the northwest Arkansas, it includes Benton, Carroll, Crawford, Madison, Washington, Franklin, and Sebastian counties. So, line of storms entering the state. The biggest threat is going to be damaged winds, but spin-up tornadoes cannot be ruled out. Right now, there is, let's see, it looks like they did cancel it. There was a potential tornadic storm in southwest Arkansas, but they've canceled it. But it looks like it's just got a new warning up to the northwest. It's in the Tulsa County area, but the National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued tornado warning for northwestern Franklin County and west central Arkansas and central Crawford County, northwest Arkansas until 2:15 a.m. At 1:38 a.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Rudy, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This includes Interstate 40 in Arkansas between mile markers 8 and 20 and Interstate 49 between mile markers 22 and 32. Break. Locations in or near the path of this potential tornado include Alma, Cass, Shibley, Midville, Concord, Lake Fort Smith, Mountainburg, Piney, Walk, Turner's Bend, Fern, Hurry, Rudy, Dyer, and Mulberry. Again, up in northwest Arkansas, tornado warning until 2:15 for central Crawford County and northwestern Franklin County. Tornado watch for western and parts of central Arkansas until 4 a.m. This is N5DLZ on the Weather Watch Net.
Weather watch.
WX0X Mobile.
Weather watch.
Much bigger, Shane, on your signal. WX0X from N5VLZ. Go ahead.
Just on my way home from work, thought I'd call and say hello to you, Daryl. I heard you on the radio. I was actually at the Lonoke County line when I tried you the first time, but I'm here in Cabot right now.
You're much better. We're not going to get as bad as they got it up around in Illinois and Indiana earlier and hellacious flooding in the Dallas area. There were some parts of southwest Texas I saw they had nearly, I thought 5-inch diameter hail was the biggest, but apparently some parts of Illinois they got 6-inch diameter hail. And just numerous tornadoes, and unfortunately, I think Lake City, Illinois, numerous fatalities and injuries. So if we could just get this line passed, but apparently we're going to have a little bit of cold weather deal with parts of north and west Arkansas Thursday morning, and then early next week, maybe a frosted freeze. So as I said, don't plant the garden yet. My cousin up in Erie, she doesn't plant her garden until after Mother's Day.
Yeah, I saw a little bit about that tornado up in Illinois. I was watching that supercell before I took off from Montreal, then I flew from Montreal back to Memphis, and we could see lightning flashing up that direction, but of course we were going pretty far south of that. We went right over in Indianapolis on our way back to Memphis, but anyway, I wasn't tired when I got back to Memphis, so I thought, well, I'll just drive home and get some rest in my own bed tonight. I don't normally make this trip at this hour, but anyway, I heard you in here, and I thought I'd get in here and say hi. But yeah, thank goodness we're not going to have severe weather at that level tonight. I got to say though, I'm about done with these nocturnal severe weather events. It's way too early in the morning to be having this going on.
I think I told you several years ago there was one up at Atkins where they used to make the pickles. I don't think they do that anymore, although I do like their pickles. But anyway, here we go talking about food again. Hi. Well, I was still on the air at 3 a.m. It was in the month of May, and I don't remember the year and everything, and a ham in Mayville came on and said, every time there's bad weather and I come on here, you're here. Don't you ever sleep? In full deadpan and sarcasm mode. I replied, no. Next question. I had to unkey the mic. I was laughing so hard. Hi.
I think about Atkins. I think about that big one that happened in February 2008. That was the longest track tornado in Arkansas history. 127 miles started there in Atkins and went all the way up past Mountain View. That was crazy. But that's not that kind of evening tonight, I don't think.
Most intense activity right now is in the northwest part of the state, with severe thunderstorm warning. I think I got one severe thunderstorm warning, one tornado warning. It's still in the Charleston County warning area, but not for much longer before it moves to the Low Rock thing up in the northwest Arkansas, and then still, along that line, you could still get a spin up. But I mean, it is that time of the year, with it. Now it's going to do severe warning just east of Fort Smith. Let's see what that does. Oh, there's a tornado tag on it. Lovely. Franklin County, southeastern Crawford County, northeastern Sebastian County till 2:30. Severe thunderstorm 7 miles southeast of Guyer, moving northeast at 50, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So something else to watch. I mean, once I think we get the line past us, we'll be okay. Of course, areas to the southeast that may fire up later today. I just want a little bit of rain to lower the fire danger and the drought potential. This is N5VLZ.
WX0X. Hey, I wasn't at the last club meeting. Did they get Clarksville fixed, or is it still down?
I have no idea. I know they were meeting beforehand and talking about some other things, but I wasn't privy to the conversation, so I don't know if it's up or not. It's Ryan Hall, KG5DPK, bless his heart. I mean, he'd been on the air since I would say about 3:30 Central Time. When he came on, it may have been a little earlier, but I mean, he was still on about an hour ago, and he yawning like crazy, but I know he wasn't bored. But things like that in the chasers, one of them I saw, they got boxed in by down power lines from a tornado. I mean, it was really, really bad up there. Peoria, that was in the middle of that moderate risk, it looks like they dodged the bullet completely.
Well, as we found out around here, it only takes one, right? So, in fact, I think back in 2014 when we had the Maloney Mayflower tornado, it was only really one really big tornado in the state that year, and it just only takes one. But yeah, I know they had quite a bit of a pretty nasty looking severe thunderstorm up there right before I got on the airplane this evening, and I guess like you said, Lake City, Illinois got it pretty bad. So goodness, I'll tell you what, buddy, I'm tired. It's time for me to get home, go to bed.
We get back from vacation, oh, my own bed, my own party, I missed you so much, hi. And I think I told you I'm going to Huntsville in August. I haven't been there since 2017. That was my last big out-of-state vacation, but this time I'm going with the Quarter Century Wireless Association. And one of the hams, they have a big buffet there, 80 buffet. I don't know if you've ever been there in Huntsville, but they have Asian, American, hibachi, sushi, and seafood cuisine. In America, sushi, we have a word for that, bait, hi. But he said, you come to Huntsville, I'll buy you dinner Friday night. So I'm going to go for broke, hi.
Well, that's great, Gerald. Did you decide that you're going to take the bus down to Huntsville?
Yeah, it was the cheapest way to go, and that way I can get in, Thursday night, set up on Friday afternoon. I think my hotel is just down the street from where they're going to graze, and I think it's only 4 miles from the on Braun Center. They got that whole South Hall. Last time I was there, Gordo, WB6NOA, he had such a tie, which I would call the utmost intact. Man, you could see that thing halfway across the hall. But I understand, talking to some of the blind hams, that his audio CDs and DVDs are some excellent material. Wanting to get their license or upgrade, especially if they're visually impaired.
Yeah, I remember Gordo. I was lucky enough to get to meet him one time up at Dayton. I've not been to Huntsville, though. Maybe I'll get to go this year. It's hard to say. I don't know what's happening in my life from week to week, let alone that far out. So I'm just thrilled that I managed to get back on my Calgary trip next month. I really like going up there because it's just 3 hours up in the airplane, 36 hours off, 3 hours back. It's not that much easier than what I've been doing this month. This month has been pretty brutalizing. I was in Detroit, came back to Memphis, and turned around and went up to Montreal. They're having snow and freezing rain in Montreal this morning. I'm glad I didn't have to go back. WF0X Mobile.
That I saw north of the line of storms, they were having snow across Minneapolis into other areas. So you got two sides of the storm, but I mean, it is that time of the year. But like I said, I hopefully won't have to keep this thing up for too much longer. But like I said, just got to watch, those things along the line, and they can spin up so quick, and then they could go right back down so quick. I mean, and like as W1BSC noted, it's true. It only takes one. And if you were affected, it was a lot more than a marginal or slight risk. In fact, the tornado that hit, I want to say Union City, Michigan, it was in a 2% tornado area. So, that, it says, I mean, you didn't have to be in a high thing to get it. I see it looks like they dropped the tornado warning, or it expired. So I just see severe thunderstorm warnings and significant weather advisories now. But I won't feel better until this line is past us. So it might be towards sunrise, but now with the time change, though, sunrise a little later, but sunset's a little later too.
Well, that's specifically the question I ask myself at this time in the morning, is it
weather watch
squeeze to have a weather net? Because I think that most people are in bed. I know that I wish I was in bed right now, Daryl. I'm curious, I'm going to keep transmitting as I go up this hill here if I get better when I'm talking to you, or if it changes my signal at all. I'm near the crest of the bridge right now, so how do I sound?
Got a lot of bacon frying in the background. I can still copy it, but I know once you get off that crest, you're going to go down in the weeds.
Yeah, that's weird, because I'm pushing 50 watts in the cabin, which, and I was having some time talking to you from Prairie County. I'll check my antenna when I get home, but it's kind of hard to say. I don't know if there's also something going on with the 9.4 tonight. Sometimes this repeater acts weird when the atmospheric conditions are exactly right. You know how it is.
What I like is when we get fog and we get tropo in here, and we pick up stations from all over the place. I think I'm going to try and lose my voice, although some might count that a blessing. Hi. But, like I said, I brought it because originally there was a cell in the Shreveport County warning area, just heading right towards southwest Arkansas and Clark County, but the storm weakened, but things might pull back up, and they're just spin up, but these things are just so quick. I mean, one scan, they're there, and the next scan, they're gone. So you just don't know. And, at least the severe weather threat for later today and tonight is a lot lower. I mean, it was a moderate risk up in Illinois, Iowa, and in Indiana yesterday, but it's just a marginal slight risk today, but across a wide area. In fact, earlier, you saw they had watches and warnings all the way from the Texas-Mexico border all the way up to the U.S.-Canadian border.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, it's a pretty big old system, that's for sure, and it's been around for a while. But, yeah, hopefully this pattern breaks the rest from it, or if it's going to create weather, maybe it'll do it for the day. We're just lucky if they're just real quick steps about having a big supercell type, fest like they did up in Indiana and Illinois today. Those are the kinds of days where we probably do our best work, and it's a little bit easier for the storm to work. I kind of have my doubts as to whether anybody would be right up on them anyway.
I'll be glad when it quiets down. Won't hurt my feelings. You're starting to break up a little more, so I think you're getting a little out of range, or you may be getting into a hole. So I'm going to go ahead and let you go and let you get driving, because I've learned never to work on the computer when you are fatigued. And I want to make sure you keep both eyes on the road and you get home safely. So we will talk to you a little later. Like I said, if you get back up there, you might have an eyeball with Ken, D6AFO again. And I got to meet the weather. Like, yeah, I know exactly who it is. Hi. So take care, Shane. Stay safe. We'll catch you later. WX0X Mobile from N5VLZ.
Sounds good, Daryl. I just pulled into my driveway, but I am going to check my antenna and turn off my car and try and call you back and see if I get into the repeater better. I'm just interested in doing a test. I'm actually on a high point here in my house, so we'll see how it changes for me not moving and all that stuff. So I'll be right back. WX0.
But you said a high point at your house. Dang, I hope he didn't drive up out of the roof. Hi. All right, we'll be standing by. They just put out another warning up to the northwest, and for southeastern Madison, northern Franklin, and northeastern Crawford counties, severe thunderstorm warning till 2:45 a.m. And but right now we're just going to have to just keep watching until that line gets by. So I'll stand by for your test transmission. WX0X from N5VLZ.
N5VLZ, WX0X. I'm transmitting on 5 watts output power now. How's that sound?
Still got some bacon frying in the background, but I can still read you. Okay, well, I'm going to keep an eye on things until it goes down completely. Don't know if they're going to issue a new watch to the east or not. But like I said, this stuff is just, isolated spin up. So, I mean, it's not going to be like what they had up to the north or down to the south. But, like I said, it only takes one. You take care, and we will catch you later. And sometime we're going to have to go out and graze together and talk shop, as it were. WX0X from N5DLZ. See you later. Okay, we got a storm now in the Little Rock County warning area. The National Weather Service in Little Rock has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for north central Logan County in western Arkansas, southern Newton County in north central Arkansas, Johnson County in western Arkansas, northwestern P.O.P.E. County in central Arkansas until 3 a.m. At 2:07 a.m., severe thunderstorms are located along the line extending from near Fern to near Ozark to near Branch, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. The main hazard is 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This is radar indicated. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Clarksville, Lamar, Hartman, Ratcliffe, Dillon, Woodland, Hinkle, Devil's Knob, Hoyt, Walnut, Spadra, Bertham, Holman, Rosetta, Lake Dardanelle, Coal Hill, Clarksville, Oak Grove in Johnson County, Catalpa, and Fort Douglas. A tornado watch remains in effect until 4 a.m. For western, central, and north central Arkansas. Again, that's a severe thunderstorm warning until 3 a.m. for north central Logan County, southern Newton County, Johnson County, and northwestern P.O.P. County. This is N5DLZ from the Weather Watch Net. N5VLZ and the Weather Watch Net, the National Weather Service on Little Rock has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Nugent County and southwestern Boone County and north central Arkansas until 3 a.m. 2 or 9 a.m. severe thunderstorms are located along a line from Aurora to near Pettigrew to near St. Paul, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Hazard is 60 mile an hour wind gusts. Radar indicated expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations of patches include Harrison, Jasper, Bergman, Western Grove, Valley Springs, Aldi, Myrtle, Carver, Kirby, Upper Buffalo Wilderness Area, Red Bank, Lost Valley State Park, Camps, Piercetown, Pruitt, Alphonse, Batavia, Bear Creek Springs, Marble Falls, and Yardell. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 4 a.m. for north central Arkansas. Again, severe thunderstorm warning until 3 a.m. for northern Nugent County and southwestern Boone County. This is N5VLZ for the Weather Watch Net. N5VLZ with a significant weather advisory from the National Weather Service. A strong thunderstorm will impact portions of southeastern Logan, northwestern Perry, central Scott, Yell, and southwestern Pope, POPE counties until 3 a.m. Through 3 a.m., I should say. At 2:13 a.m., Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm near Gravelly, or 18 miles east of Waldron, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Hazard is wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour. This is radar indicated. Gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Locations of patches include Russellville, Danville, Dardanelle, Ola, London, Stonehouse Recreation Area, Lake Dardanelle State Park, Mount Nebo State Park, Gravelly, Bush Valley, Plainview and Yell County, Pettigene River Wildlife Management Area, Mosley, Lake Dardanelle, Bellevue, Savannah, Mesa, Appleton, Corinth, and Bertha. The storm may intensify, so be certain to monitor local radio stations and available television stations for additional information and possible warnings from the National Weather Service. If outdoors, consider you're seeking shelter inside a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 4 a.m. for western and central Arkansas. Again, that's a significant weather advisory for southeastern Logan, northwestern Perry, east central Scott, Yell, and southwestern Pope, POPE County until 3 a.m. This is N5VLZ for the Weather Watch Net. N5VLZ for the Weather Watch Net. The National Weather Service Little Rock has issued a tornado warning. Repeat, tornado warning for northwestern Perry County and Central Arkansas, Yell County and Central Arkansas, southwestern Pope, P-O-P-E County and Central Arkansas until 3:15 a.m. At 2:27 a.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Foosh Valley, or 15 miles southwest of Danville, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. This is a radar-indicated tornado. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Russellville, Danville, Dardanelle, Pottsville, Olaf, Lake Dardanelle State Park, Mount Nebo State Park, Bradley, Bush Valley, Plainview and Yell County, Medellin River Wildlife Management Area, Mosley, Lake Dardanelle, Belleville, Casa, Applet, Corinth, Berta, Nimrod, and Ranger. Take cover now. Move to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Again, that is a tornado warning. Repeat, tornado warning until 3:15 a.m. for northwestern Perry County and Central Arkansas, Yell County and Central Arkansas, and southwestern Pope, P-O-P-E County and Central Arkansas until 3:15 a.m. It's N5VLZ for the Weather Watch Net.
Northwestern Perry, Yell County, and southwestern Pope, P-O-P-E County until 3:25. If there are any stations in that area, please let me know, and if you have anything to report, I'll pass it on to the Weather Service. WX0X, Auxcom Net Control, no check-ins. The check-in page on ham.live is active. If anybody wants to check into the net, please do that on ham.live. Once again, tornado warning out west of Little Rock near the community of Danville. WX0X Net Control.
This is N5BLZ for the Weather Watch Net, repeating the National Weather Service in Little Rock has issued a tornado warning. Repeat, tornado warning until 3:15 a.m. for northwestern Perry County and Central Arkansas, Yell County and Central Arkansas, southwestern Pope, P-O-P-E County and Central Arkansas until 3:15 a.m. At 2:27 a.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Foosh Valley, 15 miles southwest of Danville, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. This is a radar-indicated tornado. Locations impacted include Russellville, Danville, Dardanelle, Pottsville, Ola, Lake Dardanelle State Park, Mount Nebo State Park, Gravelly, Foosh Valley, Plainview and Yell County, Pettigene River Wildlife Management Area, Mosley, Lake Dardanelle, Belleville, Casa, Applet, Corinth, Bertha, Nimrod, and Ranger. Again, tornado warning. Repeat, tornado warning until 3:15 a.m. for northwestern Perry County and Central Arkansas, southwestern Pope, P-O-P-E County and Central Arkansas, and Yell County in Central Arkansas. Tornado watch continues until 4 a.m. for western portions of Central Arkansas. This is N5BLZ and the Weather Watch Net.
Like it's just to the southwest of Danville, maybe 5 or 7 miles. If you're in Danville, Plainview, or Ola, you should be taking cover. This is WX0X, Net Control Arkansas, XCOM Skywarn. Do you have anybody that's out in that area who can provide a report?
WX0X, K5TEL.
Other warnings still in effect at this time. A severe thunderstorm warning for southern Newton and northwestern Pope, P-O-P-E, and Johnson County until 3 a.m. Severe thunderstorm for northern Newton and southwestern Boone County until 3 a.m. And a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Madison, southeastern Carroll County until 2:45 a.m. But the most pressing is a tornado warning for northwestern Perry, Yell County, and southwestern Pope, P-O-P-E County until 3:15 a.m. This is N5BLZ on the Weather Watch Net.
Danville, Ola, Plainview, maybe near Casa, and take off to the east, probably maybe as far east as Atkins along Interstate 40. I don't think that actual storm will hit you there in Russellville, Tim.
Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate it. K5TEL.
An update on that tornado warning from the National Weather Service. The tornado warning remains in effect until 3:15 a.m. for northwestern Perry, central Yell, and southwestern Pope, P-O-P-E counties. At 2:33 a.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Foosh Valley, or 12 miles southwest of Danville, moving east at 35 miles an hour. This is a radar-indicated tornado. Locations impacted by this tornado warning include Russellville, Danville, Dardanelle, Pottsville, Ola, Lake Dardanelle State Park, Mount Nebo State Park, Foosh Valley, Plainview and Yell County, Pettigene River Wildlife Management Area, Mosley, Lake Dardanelle, Belleville, Casa, Applet, Corinth, Bertha, Nimrod, Ranger, and Wings. Again, tornado warning continues till 3:15 a.m. for northwestern Perry, central Yell, and southwestern Pope, P-O-P-E counties. This is N5BLZ for the Weather Watch Net.
Update on the tornado warning. Tornado warning remains in effect till 3:15 a.m. for northwestern Perry, central Yell, and southwestern Pope, P-O-P-E counties. At 2:33, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Foosh Valley,
for 12 miles southwest of Danville, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Once again, tornado warning remains in effect, 3:15 a.m., northwestern Perry, central Yell, and southwestern Pope. WX0X, Arkansas, XCOM, Skywarn, net control. No check-ins at this time. For the severe thunderstorm warning up north. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 3 a.m. for northern Newton and southwestern Boone County at 2:34. Severe thunderstorms were located along the line extending from near Red Bank to Irby near Lost Valley State Park, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Once again, severe thunderstorm warning till 3 a.m. for northern Newton and southwest Boone counties. Tornado watch remains in effect till 4 a.m. for north central Arkansas.
N5DLZ for the Weather Watch. Net tornado watch number 40 remains in effect until 4 a.m. for the following locations in Arkansas: Benton, Boone, Carroll, Crawford, Franklin, Johnson, Logan, Madison, Marion, Montgomery, Newton, Pike, Polk, P-O-L-K, Pope, P-O-P-E, Scott, Searcy, Sebastian, Washington, and Yell counties. Again, the tornado watch remains in effect until 4 a.m. for these counties: Benton, Boone, Carroll, Crawford, Franklin, Johnson, Logan, Madison, Marion, Montgomery, Newton, Pike, Polk, P-O-L-K, Pope, P-O-P-E, Scott, Searcy, Sebastian, Washington, and Yell counties. Again, a tornado warning still continues in effect until 3:15 a.m. for northwestern Perry, central Yell, and south central Pope counties. This is N5VLZ for the Weather Watch Net.
W5 RHS on 120 control.
This is WX0X, Arkansas, XCOM, Skywarn, net control. Can somebody let me know if I'm cutting out on this frequency?
Full quality, send right now. K5GL.
Down this way, 75 RHS. Okay, let's see if I have it now.
Roger that. The Weather Service is saying that the precipitation has decreased considerably, and they're just going to keep monitoring this tornado. But anyway, the tornado warning is still ongoing, and those of you in the area should be taking cover. I'll let you know as soon as they drop it. Once again, tornado warning remains in effect till 3:15 for northwestern Perry, central Yell, and southwestern Pope County. WX0X, OSCOM, net control, no check-ins.
This is N5VLZ with the Weather Watch. That quick weather update. A tornado warning continues until 3:15 a.m. for northwestern Perry, southwestern Pope, POPE, and Yell counties. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 3 a.m. for Newton, southwestern Boone, northwestern Pope, POPE, and Johnson counties. And a tornado watch continues until 4 a.m. for western into central Arkansas. The cells that are along the line, they're just quick spin-up tornadoes. One scan they can be there, the next scan they can be gone. Let's see, they just posted another update. Let's just see. Okay, the update is the tornado warning remains in effect until 3:15 a.m. for northwestern Perry, central Yell, and south central Pope, POPE counties. At 2:48 a.m. a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Danville, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is a radar-indicated tornado. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Russellville, Danville, Dardanelle, Pottsville, Ola, Plainview in Yell County, the Jean River Wildlife Management Area, Mosley, Belleville, Casa, Applet, Corinth, Bertha, Lakeview in Yell County, Ranger, Holla Bend, Macedonia in Yell County, Mount George, Kingston, and Chickasaw. Again, tornado warning remains in effect till 3:15 a.m. 3:15 a.m. for northwestern Perry, central Yell, and south central Pope, POPE counties in central Arkansas. This is N5VLZ for the Weather Watch Net. is N5BLZ for the Weather Watch at the National Weather Service in Little Rock. Is issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern C.A.R.E.N County, northeastern Newton County, northwestern Izard County, Marion County, eastern Boone County, Baxter County, and western Fulton County, all in north central Arkansas until 3:45 a.m. At 10:53 a.m., severe thunderstorms were located along the line from near Willis to Bergman to Valley Springs, moving east at 60 miles per hour. This radar indicated hazard 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Mountain Home, Old Shoals, Yellville, Gadsville, Flippin, Lakeview and Baxter County, Diamond City, Norfolk, Salesville, Bergman, Western Grove, Lead Hill, Briarcliff, Hyatt, Valley Springs, Ackawanna, Duggar, Albee, Ott, and Lakeway. For your protection, move to interior room on the lowest floor of a building. The tornado watch remains in effect now until 5 a.m. They've extended it for north central Arkansas. Again, severe thunderstorm warning until 3:45 a.m. for northwestern C.A.R.E.N, northeastern Newton, northwestern Izard, Marion, eastern Boone, Baxter, and western Fulton counties. This is N5BLZ in the Weather Watch Net.
Tornado warning remains in effect till 3:15 a.m. for northwestern Perry, central Yell, and south central Pope County. At 2:58, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located just northeast of Danville, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Once again, tornado warning remains in effect till 3:15 a.m. for northwestern Perry, central Yell, and south central Pope County. And the storm is just northeast of Danville. This is WX0X, Net Control Arkansas, XCOM Skywarn. Any reports at this time are acceptable, but no check-ins.
Medellin River Wildlife Management Area, Mosley, Casa, Berta, Lakeview and Yell County, Ranger, Hollow Bend, Mount George, Chickasaw, Centerville, and Kingston. Again, tornado warning continues until 3:15 a.m. for northwestern Perry, central Yell, and south central Pope, POPE counties. This is N5BLZ for the Weather Watch.
3 a.m. Good morning.
From W5DI.
Just to let you know that the Russellville area has been taken out of the polygon. Looks like the tornadic storm, the worst part of it, is going to pass to the east of Danville and to the west, or right around Atkins area. So you guys should be out of the way.
Okay, thanks, Shay. They just sounded the sirens in the city again. W80X, K5TU.
Okay, this is N5CG for the Weather Watch Net. Update, they've extended the tornado watch until 5 a.m. for the following Arkansas counties. These are in the Little Rock County warning area: Boone, Johnson, Logan, Marion, Montgomery, Newton, Pike, Polk, P-O-L-K, Pope, P-O-P-E, Scott, Searcy, and Yells. Again, the tornado watch has been extended until 5 a.m. for the following counties, mostly in northern and southern western Arkansas: Boone, Johnson, Logan, Marion, Montgomery, Newton, Pike, Polk, P-O-L-K, Pope, P-O-P-E, Scott, Searcy, and Yell County. Pardon me. Otherwise, there are only two warnings left in the state right now: with severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Searcy, northeastern Boone, northeastern Newton, northwestern Izard, eastern Boone, western Fulton, and then all of Marion and all of Baxter County until 3:45 a.m. And the tornado warning continues for northwestern Perry, southwestern Pope, P-O-P-E, and Yell County until 3:15 a.m. Hopefully the activity will be dying out soon, and we can bring the net down, although there's a possibility we may have to bring it back up again later today. But right now, the Weather Watch net will still be up until the activity dies down considerably. Is N5VL set for the Weather Watch net?
WX0X, control for Arkansas, XCOM Skywarn. The National Weather Service has kind of expanded and lengthened the tornado warning, so we'll go with that right now. In Arkansas, there's 6 counties that were canceled: Boone, Newton, Johnson, Scott, Logan, and Polk. And then the Weather Service extended Tornado Watch 40 to include the following areas until 5 a.m. this morning. In Arkansas, this includes 8 counties: Conway, Perry, Faulkner, Parkland, Baxter, Van Buren, Cleburne, and Stone. Tornado Watch 40 is going to be extended until 5 a.m., and that's Pope, Yell, Marion, Searcy, Pike, Montgomery, and then Conway, Faulkner, Garland, Perry, Baxter, Cleburne, Stone, and Van Buren counties.
Fairfield Bay, Heber Springs, Hot Springs, Morrilton, Mount Calm, Mountain View, and Perryville. Again, The tornado watch has been extended until 5 a.m. to add the following counties: Conway, Faulkner, Garland, Perry in Central Arkansas. In North Central Arkansas, Baxter, Cleburne, Stone, and Van Buren. And then the tornado watch, previously in effect until 4 a.m., has been extended till 5 a.m. for these areas. In Central Arkansas, Pope, P-O-P-E, and Yell counties. In North Central Arkansas, Marion and Searcy counties. In Southwest Arkansas, Pike County. And in Western Arkansas, Montgomery County. The N5VL is for the Weather Watch Net.
WX0X, net control for Arkansas, XCOM Skywarn. Looks like the tornado warning has been allowed to expire, and so now we're just down to a couple severe thunderstorm warnings across the northern part of the state. As it's wee hours of the morning and everybody needs some rest, I'm going to go ahead and call an end to the net at this time. But while we did have one spotter, we just did not have enough lightning or rain to see it, and that's just the nature of how things go on these nights when we're looking at nocturnal situations such as this. Anyway, I'm going to try to get some rest myself, and if the weather radio goes off later, then back out here to run the net. Otherwise, hopefully we'll all sleep soundly. And remember, tornado watch for much of the area until 5 a.m. This is WX0X returning the repeaters to normal use. 7-3, everybody. Good night.
Tornado warning that was previously in effect for northwestern Perry, southwestern Pope, P-O-P-E, and Yell counties has been allowed to expire. Storm apparently has weakened below severe limits and no longer appears capable of producing a tornado. However, again, the tornado watch remains in effect for portions of western into central and north central Arkansas until 5 a.m. The severe thunderstorm warning also continues up in northern Arkansas for northwestern Searcy, northeastern Newton, northwestern Izard, eastern Boone, western Fulton, and then all of Marion and Baxter counties until 3:45 a.m. This is N5VL set for the Weather Watch Net. Also, I forgot to add that the Storm Prediction Center is monitoring portions of southwest and southwest Arkansas for a potential tornado watch, as activity over northeastern Texas seems to be intensifying. So later on, we might have to worry about severe weather across southern Arkansas. But right now, the counties that I mentioned earlier are in the tornado watch till 5. We may get another one a little bit, but right now the only warning in effect is the severe thunderstorm warning across portions of north central Arkansas. This is N5VL set for the Weather Watch Net. This is N5VLZ with the Weather Watch Net with a severe weather statement. Up in northern Arkansas, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 3:45 a.m. for northwestern Izzard, central Marion, Baxter, and western Fulton counties. At 3:17 a.m., severe thunderstorms are located along the line extending from Price Place to near Lakeview in Baxter County to near Yellville, moving east at 55 miles an hour. Main hazard, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This is radar indicated. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Mountain Home, Bull Shoals, Yellville, Gassville, Flippin, Lakeview in Baxter County, Norfolk, Salesville, Briarcliff, Arkawana, Norfolk Dam, Diamond Bay, Ott, Ozark Regional Airport, Camellia Landing, Ozark Isle, Pond Park, Lakeway, Bull Shoals State Park, and Ship. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. The tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. for north central Arkansas. This is N5VLZ for the Weather Watch Net.
Weather Watch.
W5RHS listening.
This is N5CG with a weather update. The severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Izzard, central Marion, Baxter, and western Fulton counties has been canceled. The storms which prompted the warning have weakened below severe limits and no longer pose an immediate threat to life or property. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. However, gusty winds are still possible with these thunderstorms. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. For portions of northern into central Arkansas. But at this point, there are no warnings in effect at this time. But because the watch is still in effect, we're going to hang around here until we're sure the severe weather threat has ended for early this morning. Now, again, the threat may fire up again later in the day, but the watch is in effect for another 90 minutes, so we're just going to stand by and see what happens. This is N5VLZ for the Weather Watch Net. N5VLZ for the Weather Watch Net. Again, as of 3:30, there are no warnings in Arkansas, but a tornado watch continues for the following counties in Central Arkansas: Conway, Faulkner, Garland, Perry, Pope, P-O-P-E, and Yell. In North Central Arkansas, Baxter, Cleburne, Stone, Van Buren, Marion, and Searcy. In Southwest Arkansas, Pike, and in Western Arkansas, Montgomery counties. There is a possibility a new watch could be issued for portions of Southwest and South Central Arkansas later this morning as activity is increasing across northeastern Texas and heading into southwestern Arkansas. We're just keeping an eye on that right now. There is a possibility a watch may be issued for that area. And then for the southeastern half of the state later today. But right now there are no weather in Arkansas, but the tornado watch still remains in effect until 5 a.m. For the counties mentioned. This stuff is not going to pulse back up again as it has done at times over the last few hours. But if the watch expires at 5 a.m. and nothing else is if they don't issue anything else new, we'll bring the Weather Watch net down, but it may be brought back up sometime later today for the threat across southeast Arkansas. The cold front is still out in western Oklahoma. So this is just out ahead of a trough of low pressure. This is N5VLZ from the Weather Watch net.
Wind monitoring, Conway.
Weather watch.
UX1DX Mobile from N5VLZ. Good morning, Jesse.
Morning, Daryl. Little excitement for the early morning hours today.
It wasn't as bad down in South Texas where they had nearly 5-inch diameter hail, and then up in Illinois and Indiana they had several big tornadoes and 6-inch diameter hail.
Yeah, I saw that. If things pan out with the hail in northern Illinois, that's going to set a new state record.
I think the biggest one they've ever seen was over 9-inch diameter up in South Dakota several years ago. And no thanks, I'd rather get my ice from the ice box. Hi. Watch things that there's no, I'm not counting the flood warnings over on the Black and Cache River. These are, because they're going to be going for 4 days, but for the severe weather warnings, there's no warnings in the state right now, but there's a watch still in effect for, 14 counties until 5 a.m. They extended it, but activity is increasing across northeast Texas into southwest Arkansas, so they might issue a new watch, down there, but looks like activity is quieting down. But
four a.m.
Quasi-linear convective system, QCLS, line-embedded tornadoes that they developed. They come up on one scan, they're there, and the next scan, they're gone. So, I don't know if anything, touched down or not, but I've been up all night, with the deal. And so I'm just going to wait and see if the watch expires at 5 and they don't issue anything else, and then I'll bring that down, and I'm going to try to get some sleep.
Yeah, Roger, that one over southwest to Atkins just wouldn't hold together until it crossed the river. I was at the perfect spot over there, east corner of the city of Atkins. Headed back down toward South Arkansas, approach East Arkansas, get down in the flats, be set up for the morning stuff.
I believe we might see a little bit of a frost and freeze across west and northwest Arkansas Thursday morning, and then maybe Monday and Tuesday morning across much of the state. Well, a lot of the folks who started planting their gardens are not going to be very happy.
The wind chill Monday might be a little interesting, but it's, mid-March, it's not that uncommon. I never thought to put my garden in the ground till the last week of March or the first week of April at the earliest, just because of that reason.
N5VLZ. Well, my cousin up in Erie, she won't plant till after Mother's Day, but I've seen snow in Little Rock twice on April 19th. It didn't stick, but I saw it one year. That was on Easter Sunday on April 19th. So you just don't know, and thing is just crazy, with it. But the bugs are starting to come back, but it's not going to be enough to get rid of them at all. But like I said, it's quieting down. Like I said, just going to wait till see if the watch expires and nothing else comes up. They are watching the area in northeast Texas, and I'm looking at it on radar too. No advisories or warnings for that yet, but a couple of pretty good lines. They're just one going through Texarkana, and the other one just west of there. So we'll just have to wait and see. But it wouldn't bother me if the stuff petered out.
Roger. Well, did you get a chance to get out with Danny this week and get lunch?
Went out Saturday. We went up to the Ham Fest. We stopped off at the Waffle House in Maumelle, and their breakfast item, because I know everybody's always looking for a good meal. Hi. The 2 eggs I picked over well. I could have had them scrambled, but I prefer over well. With hash browns, toast, and grilled chicken, spectacular. I don't know what flavoring and spice they put on, but it has such a great flavor to it. Had it the one up at Beebe as we headed up toward Hoxie, and then this one at Maumelle when we went toward Dardanelle for the Hamfest. And boy, just blinding rain, 40-mile-an-hour winds. Didn't see any hail, but boy, there was a lot of lightning with it. And some square dance friends, they were up on Mount Nebo for a big square dance weekend, and boy, it was foggy up there. But they had a good crowd, and from what I could see, it was a good time. But like I said, I'm just, holding the fort down, until the thing expires, and I'll probably go make something else to eat, and then take my morning meds, and then do my vitals and go back to bed for a little while. But like I said, unfortunately, most of our bad weather is at night. I've got at least 8 people coming to test with my team at UALR on Saturday. I think I've got 5 going for tech, 2 going for general, and 1 going for extra.
Roger, Whiskey X-Ray, 1 Delta X-Ray, mobile. Maumelle.
N5DLZ, still here in Southwest Little Rock, just watching the radar and watching for any new bulletins that are going to come up. And like I said, that one thing that came up, it probably caught a lot of folks by surprise. But you just, as W1BSC says, never say never to Arkansas weather, and it's so true. And it only takes 1 storm. But at least the severe weather threat today is far lower than it was yesterday. I mean, it's still there, but it's not as bad as it was. And I said once we get that line and that front through here, it'll quiet down. I see out in Oklahoma and Texas, they got wind advisories and red flag warnings for the fire danger and low humidity.
Roger. Quite a bit of wind out there. I saw that earlier. Despite, the storms and everything, we still need quite a bit of rain.
Yeah, that's for sure. Travis, KV5IOI, got me with a good one. I told those, I said, I got my original callback to Vanity. I wish I kept it all along. He says, the reason you got it back is because nobody wanted it. I said, touche.
I kind of liked your Alpha X-Ray 5 Whiskey X-Ray call. That was pretty good, pretty easy to do.
There's a station over in the Carolinas. He has Alpha Echo 4 Whiskey X-Ray. And the first time I heard that, I admit I did a double take. I don't see any lightning over North Arkansas, just light to moderate rain, and but right now looks like some thunderstorms are increasing across southwest Arkansas, and especially west of Texarkana heading in. So looks like that's where the main action is going to shift over to. But I'm just lucky I was able to. The storms avoided me, and the lightning avoided me, so I've been able to stay up since I brought the thing up. I don't know if it was before or after midnight, but when they issued the watch into the state, or the warnings were getting toward Fort Smith, I thought, we better go ahead and do it. So, but like I said, it's just part of being in this part of the country. And but what can you do about it? But one thing, I just postponed my lawn mowing thing until the end of March, because with that frost, that's going to kind of stunt the grass a little bit. It ain't going to be growing if there's another frost and freeze.
Roger. It's completely visible
5 right in front of it. And siding with holes in it, and rest of this with the windows busted out from all that hail. I mean, it was just unreal, you know, the amount of hail that was being produced by the storms. I mean, the updrafts were huge. With that one storm that was in South Dakota a few years ago that produced a 9-inch diameter hailstone, they believed that the updraft strength was like 150 miles an hour.
Roger. I'm on the jump frequencies real quick, though. I'll be back in a minute. Whiskey X-ray, 1 Delta X-ray.
See you when you get back. I said we're going to be here until the watch expires. Hopefully they're not going to issue another one. But if they do for the south, then we're going to keep the thing going, you know, for southern Arkansas. But I don't know what's going to happen, you know, but right now no warnings in the state except for those 2 flood warnings along the Black and Cache River. But every time you get heavy rain in the spring or that time of the year, Cache River especially is the first one to flood. WX1DX Mobile from N5DLZ and the Weather Watch Net. thought about going out into the kitchen just to grab a couple of cookies for a sugar rush just to help me stay awake here. Well, looking down southwest Arkansas, northeast Texas, another area of storms. They're not severe, no statements, but they're heading northeast, so we may have some more stuff in here. So I'm wondering, you know, if they're going to be able to cancel the watch, you know, at 5 o'clock. Didn't include Pulaski County, but it got awfully close.
Yeah, Roger.
Was watching Ryan Hall, KG4WHM, on his live stream earlier, and some of the chasers with that. But saying, you know, you always worry about the strong winds, and those are the kinds that can blow those trucks over. You definitely don't want to be next to them, you know, if it's windy, because if it falls on you, that's it. You know, it's game over, as it were.
I've danced one on 12 wheels across Interstate 80 many times. It can be interesting.
Something I would rather not experience.
One man's fun is another man's terrifying.
I can think of it was that one from The Simpsons, and little Bart says he's going to do something. Oh, donuts! And there was an amateur radio funny thing says, I'm now on a, it was a pun thing, but I thought it was great. Says, yeah, I'm now doing a diet of nuts. There's the dough kite, hi.
Roger. Need both hands on the wheel, sir. Yeah, it's almost blue skies out now. It's clearing off.
More stuff coming up from the southwest. I mean, it's just a temporary deal. You just see, I think. Well, the watch is still in effect for about another 37 minutes, and then we'll see what happens if they issue something for southwest and south central Arkansas. You know, they're watching the beginning. There's no warnings or advisories in northeast Texas or southwest Arkansas right now, but it's heading this way. And what I'll probably do is, if I can shut things down at 5 o'clock, I'm just going to unplug everything, the computer won't, and then I'm going to go get a little bite to eat, and then I'm going to take some meds, and I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah, Roger.
My Wednesday and Thursday are my nights off from net, so, I mean, I don't know how much, you know, I'll sleep, because now my sleep habit is all screwed up now, being up all night. And reminds me of the thing I think I told you about it. I told those but years ago when they had that tornado up near Atkins where they used to do the pickles. I could go for some of that right now. Hi. But anyway, Hammond Mayville came on 3 a.m. He said, every time I come on here, there's bad weather you hear. Don't you ever sleep in full deadpan and sarcasm mode? I said, no, next question. Hi. N5VLZ for the Weather Watch Net. The tornado watch for the counties is set to expire at 5 a.m. However, there's a new area of thunderstorms coming up from northeast Texas into southwest Arkansas. There are no advisories or warnings at this time, but they are a more favorable area for development. So probably by mid-morning we could have some new development, and once they become severe, all severe hazards, tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds will be possible. Also, if there are any training thunderstorms, since each thunderstorm carries like 500,000 tons of water, flash flooding could be the result, urban and flash flooding. So we've had the net up all night. We had some action, so to speak, earlier with a few tornado warnings and several severe thunderstorm warnings. But right now there are no warnings in the state. I'm not counting the flood warnings on the Cache and Black Rivers in eastern Arkansas. We're talking about, severe weather, but there is another area of convection coming up from the southwest, so there may be storms in the Little Rock metro area by the morning commute. These storms likely are going to affect southern into central Arkansas later this morning and probably throughout the day. There is a slight risk of severe weather for the southeast half of the state later today and tonight. And once the cold front moves through, it should be quiet for a few days. Let me reset break. Higher elevations of northern and western Arkansas could see frost or freezing temperatures on Thursday morning. And then early next week, much of the state could have a late winter, early spring frost and freeze. So if you've planted anything, tender plants or garden stuff, you might want to monitor the forecast for freeze and frost advisories, freeze watches and warnings, and take protective action to protect the tender vegetation, because otherwise the frost or the cold temperatures will damage or kill them. So, but anyway, about another 8 minutes till the watch expires. Wait to see if anything else is going to develop in southern Arkansas. If would necessitate a warning. If it doesn't, I will bring the net down at that time. But there's a good likelihood the net will be brought up later this morning, and it may not be for. It could be up by mid-morning. The way this stuff is growing right now, it's kind of a slow increase in intensity, but once it gets into a favorable area, this stuff could grow up scale pretty fast. It won't be as bad as what they had up in Illinois and Indiana last night. Just terrible devastation with lots of injuries, fatalities, and damage from huge tornadoes and 6-inch diameter hail. So, but anyway, this N5VLZ for the Weather Watch Net, we're going to hold on for about another 7 minutes. And if nothing else develops, we'll bring the net down for a little bit anyway. And I'm going to take a little bit of a siesta and be back up in a little bit because we'll probably have to bring the net back up later this morning. This is N5VLZ for the Weather Watch Net. This is N5VL for the Weather Watch now. I'm going to go ahead and bring the net down at this time, but it may be back up in just a few hours with the activity coming up in southwestern Arkansas. Tornado Watch number 40 has been allowed to expire. So right now, as of this moment, and that could change rapidly, there are no watches, warnings, or advisories. Right now, I'm not counting the flood warnings on the Black and Cache rivers in eastern Arkansas. But there is a likelihood that the net will be brought back up later today, and all modes of severe weather will be possible. So have a prearranged plan to get to safe shelter if severe weather is seen or if warnings are issued. Have a reliable way to receive severe weather bulletins, preferably more than one way, with a NOAA weather radio, broadcast media, cell phone, or something else, because these storms can develop quickly, and if you don't get the warning in time, you could be at your own peril. So we're going to go ahead and bring the net down at this time, but it may be brought back up sometime later this morning at the earliest. This is N5VLZ.
Thanks for running in that there, Daryl, WX1DX. Catch you down to coax today.
Jesse, have a go. Yeah, I'm going to let the computer take a nap, and I'm going to take a little bit of a nap myself. N5VLZ.
Weather Watch net is over. Please wait 10 seconds. Repeater ready.
Welcome to the W5DI repeater, Little Rock, Arkansas.
This is the Central AR Radio Emergency Net W5DI repeater in West Little Rock. W5DI.
A6G mobile.